Oh, hello, bird nerds. Um, what a fun day. Things never go to plan, do they? They always stuff up when you least expect it. Um, we're going to have a bit of fun today. Well, I hope anyway. I hope. Um, yes. So let's introduce what's going to happen today. We're going to play that I've got queued up, which was an episode that I think I did. I had this conversation, I think, with Darryl Jones and Holly as the part of the regular Monday with Holly show. I guess we can call it a show now, which I do about every fortnight, depending on Holly's availability. So the next one will be on the 9th, which is next Monday of January. And for this show, the topic of discussion was the fragmented habitat, the fragmented environment that just urban living creates and its effect on wildlife and what we can do to make it better for wildlife, to reconnect the little patches of habitat that exist, be that remnant habitat that has been, maybe it's the top end, the back end of the old football oval, or a corner behind the oval of the primary school, or a reserve that's been designated in a new subdivision, patches of land on farmland that hasn't, where clearing hasn't happened, or where revegetation has occurred. There's all sorts of instances, but then there's things like large botanic gardens, just large gardens, old historic houses and things have large gardens that can become important habitat and refuges, wetlands. And then, of course, there's, on a smaller scale, there's everybody's garden and the nature strips, the linear pathways. Hello, welcome. Sorry for the late start. The internet here went down about 3 minutes before go time. And of course, when we call in and try and find out what's going down, of course, they're busy and they'll call back probably an hour into the show. I was trying to find out if there was a local outage, but no, it's up and working, so that's great. Where was I? Our own gardens become important refuges for wildlife as well, and then how do we interconnect them? And on the large scale, what are large engineering solutions? So we're going to talk about all of those kind of things in this episode. Now, of course, it's a replay. So over the summer, while all the normal people that I would interview and invite on the show, while they're all at the beach or doing important field work like Matt Herring is doing with the painted snipe and the bitterns at the moment, we're just replaying some of my favourite episodes and some that I couldn't really remember what we were saying. So that's what we're doing. So today, first up, it's a Monday with Holly episode that I think we did in July last year. So Holly Parsons, manager of Urban Birds programs, which includes birds in backyards at BirdLife Australia. And just recapping, Holly joins me approximately every second Monday at midday to talk about the urban birds, urban environment issues. And Professor Darryl Maguire's tractor, Professor Darryl Jones, he's an author. You may well know Birds at My Table and or feeding the birds at my table, I think, is the latest edition. Curlews on Vulture Street, Snow Leopards in the Cloud, lots of books. Darryl's. Hi, Ronnie. Nice to see you. And always nice to have someone on board from Twitch. So, Ronnie, let me know before we get rolling. What part of the world are you in? And have you been in the show before, or are you listening to the podcasts and you know the kind of stuff I generally cover? So since you've just jumped in, I'll tell you what we're doing today. Is I'm going to replay 2 episodes from the UK. Oh, cool. No Northern Hemisphere specific examples today, but the second episode that I'm playing is about light pollution affecting seabirds, even though Ariel, who I interviewed, is from New Zealand. So much of the issues about light pollution and seabirds are common in the UK, especially around breeding areas. So Scotland, the Shetlands, Orkney Islands, Cornwall. So there's so many issues about light pollution and seabirds particularly, but all birds. That's tomorrow, and Bird Strike is tomorrow. Today, the second episode is about the Helmeted Honeyeater, which is not even a subspecies here, but it is the floral emblem of the state where I live. And there's always a bit of controversy about whether we should be diverting resources to protect a population that isn't really significant. That background, Ronnie, thanks for the comment that you love the background. Let me get that up on screen. Now, that it's interesting you raised that. I actually selected this for a conversation that was actually for what is one of my pinned tweets on Mastodon. You can see my Mastodon handle there, so you could go and look at it and listen to that episode on the podcast. When people look at this background behind me, and maybe you're one of those people, think, oh, what a lovely sight, the countryside and everything. But in the Australian context, what's behind me is an absolute disaster. It's a disaster. And we talk about those kind of things. So if you're not familiar with the podcast or the show, it's all about the fact that birds are disappearing. They're disappearing at about 15 to 20% every year, and that's what all of the recent State of the Birds reports from BirdLife International have indicated. And in about 2017, I noticed that sparrows, which are a feral introduced invasive species pest here, I noticed they were becoming less common. So I went to Google and I started looking up, and then I discovered, and I've been a bird nerd, a bird lover since I was a kid. And then I noticed, all birds, there's some species that are adapted to urban living and that can take advantage of broad farming methods and things like that have increased. But in general, all bird populations are decreasing. And it's easy for us to leap to the reason for that is habitat clearing. Ronnie, it's great. I'm happy if you're new to the stuff. I'm happy you're here. I hope you stick with it because I'm sure you'll learn a lot. If you're interested in habitat, the environment, birds, how everything is connected, how we're affecting things and how we can try and change it in the face of climate change. These are complicated issues, and that's what we talk about. My shows are long, 90 minutes, 2 hours for each episode because they're complicated. You can't just go, you can't have 4 people sitting at a desk and go, what do you think? I think good. I think bad. Ecology doesn't work like that. So That's what we're up to. All right, let me get this started. And the point of the replays is I'll jump in when there's new things I've discovered, or that sometimes I'll say something that I follow up later and I then know might be slightly, I might have phrased it wrong. I'm really good at phrasing things badly. So I'll jump in and whatnot. But in general, Holly Parsons is the manager of the Urban Birds program at BirdLife Australia. The guy you can see with the crimson rosella on his head. And of course I did the silly graphic because each of us had a silly photo, well, or a nice photo with birds on them. That's me interviewing two, where are we? Get it? It's not going to work. Two hornbills at the Bali Bird Park, and that was in 2014. I did that. And of course my iPad there got stolen, so I no longer have the amazing work I did when I went to Bali for that. Holly has a masked owl on her shoulder, and Darryl Jones, Professor Darryl Jones, Professor of Ecology and author of many, many books about ecology, urban ecology, has a crimson rosella on his head. So anyway, that's enough about me. Let's get this going. I'll minimise myself. I'll be here. Comment away. Let's discuss anything you want, anything you want to ask about. We are talking in this episode, it's mainly from an Australian context, but we do talk about examples that are happening in Europe, and there's one in Canada and whatnot about wildlife bridges and things like that. So I hope you enjoy it. Here we go. I just say my pre-show. All right. Oh, and I even have the countdown. Let's miss that. We don't need 30 seconds of a countdown. There we go. We can go 1 second. It's the bird emergency. It's Monday. That means it was Monday. The best podcast or live stream about conservation, about birds, about ecology, about protecting our wildlife. Undoubtedly the best and most popular podcast about these issues, with me as the host. Hello, Holly.
Hi, Grant. How are you?
I'm pretty fabulous. It's a pleasure to see you. It feels like it's been forever. How's your wet yard?
It's soggy. Very, very, very soggy, but the sun is shining today. So
yes, where Holly lives, which is north of me. Holly lives just south of Sydney, and I'm in Melbourne in Australia. And Darryl actually lives in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. He moved from Brisbane. Holly had just been flooded, and that part of New South Wales had been flooded, I think, 4 times in 8 weeks or 10 weeks or something. So, yeah. So that was why the chick chat.
It feels like it's been about 3 years since I've seen the sun. It's much appreciated, but still very damp.
So for those of you who haven't caught up with us before, Dr. Holly Parsons, who is the manager of the Urban Birds program at BirdLife Australia, lives in New South Wales. And New South Wales has had, what are we talking, Holly? I think it's the 4th 1 in 500 year event in 24 months.
Yeah, we're getting our averages up.
Bloody fantastic. And the prof's back.
Wow,
world-renowned author, professor of, Darryl, I was reading all the university stuff, Griffith University stuff, and I couldn't decide whether I had to call you a conservation ecologist or an ecologist or just the prof. What's best?
Whatever you like. I really don't mind at all. I mean, I don't even use titles at all, but I think of myself as an urban ecologist these days, working in cities and all that stuff. So, yeah, that's pretty much what I am.
Cool. And the really cool... Sorry?
An ecologist working in cities.
And the really, really cool thing is that you've done a stack of stuff about urban ecology in Brisbane, and we're going to talk about one of the case studies today. But you're now in Kuala Lumpur, which is a city that I always bang on about with having a really great urban horticulture.
Yep, it's a fantastic place to live. I wouldn't have thought that before I moved here. I followed my partner who's got a job in the university system here, and it was my chance to retire from academic crap, and I loved my job. I absolutely loved it, but COVID killed it terribly. So I just then transitioned to house husband / full-time author. And that's pretty much what I've been doing ever since.
Are you still delivering any... Sorry for you guys who are watching. This is slightly off the topic, but we will get there in just a moment. Are you still delivering any sort of coursework or contributing to any of the courses? Because the technology allows us to do that nowadays.
Yeah. I've done a few guest lectures, which you can do now, easily. But I don't. No, I'm not really teaching anymore. I'm supervising students by the dozen, and finishing up lots of research, which is still going on. I've got plenty of stuff going on, but I'm just not doing the teaching stuff as much. But now that I've been here for nearly 2 years in Kuala Lumpur, they're starting to discover that I'm here, and I'm getting all sorts of opportunities and invitations, which is fantastic. So, because I really want to contribute to what's happening here.
That is great. Well, check. No doubt you're familiar with the park in the middle of the city.
I am.
Share your bird list with me one day, that I know what to look for next time. So, hello, folks on Facebook. Now, this is what we're going to be talking about. But before we get there, I want to give Darryl the opportunity to have a bit of a plug. You might know Darryl as not only Professor Emeritus from Griffith University and full-time author, but author of this tome, and this tome is about to hit the streets, and this one as well. And they've all got a sort of common theme, haven't they, Darryl? Which is birds and animals living around us.
Absolutely, and maybe we can be a bit more careful about how we treat them, and especially the places that they live. So, yeah, that's kind of the story. Yep, it's all about how we interact with wildlife and how important that is, and what we can do about it, and how we can do it in a better way. Yeah, sure.
Now, Holly, before we talk about Darryl's sort of pet project, the Compton Road Wildlife Corridor in Brisbane, which Darryl's done a lot of work on and was instrumental in getting it going. Tell us what you think the biggest problem... Let's start with a problem before we talk about a solution. When it comes to the way we go through planning for new suburbs, new developments, from your perspective, what's the biggest problem?
Oh, the whole process is pretty fraught, to be honest. Look, absolutely.
I'm glad you went there, because that's what I see as the problem, and it isn't talked about a lot. The whole planning process doesn't include wildlife. It's an afterthought rather than a key plank in the process, and that's frustrating for me. You've been in this field probably not as long as I've been watching it, because I've got much more grey hair, but we don't seem to have learnt anything. So how does an organisation like BirdLife and someone like you get input into the processes that see new developments get rolled out? week after week, month after month, all over Australia, all the species being impacted,
Look, we don't a lot of the time. So each state has its own planning processes, and so wildlife gets considered sort of down the list. Really, it's more around how can you honestly how can you maximise profits and the number of people or space you can convert. So we usually hear about issues during once a DA has been
DA
made
development
available
approval or
consultation.
development application.
And it could be something large, it could be something at a small level that may impact a species that we work on. And so that's usually the opportunity that we have or our supporters have to flag that there are issues. Depending on the species, sometimes you might get a little bit of a say earlier on. I know with powerful owls, because we've been working particularly in Sydney for so long, sometimes during that sort of initial planning stage, consultants will contact us or will be sent to us for some input. But legislatively we have no power in dictating what gets decided. All we can do is provide advice on what we know about the particular species that's being impacted and hope that it's taken forward. They're not one we're particularly worried about, I have to say. No, Grant?
I thought we'd rehearse something. Yeah, there we go.
So you'd be worried about these little guys?
Yeah. Holly, what's wrong with you? Fair income.
I know, I've failed today, haven't I?
Darryl, I think the earliest paper that you referred me to that I read was 2011, I think. So we're talking 11 years later. From that perspective, and to prepare for the show, I'll just sort of fill you in. Most of the time, Ronnie, before I interview someone, I have to read a lot of academic papers. And then my role is I try and get hardcore science and then find a way to communicate it to people who are like me. I trained in horticulture, but I'm not a bird scientist. I'm not a hardcore scientist, and I don't think we need to be communicating to hardcore scientists. They already know this stuff. We need to be communicating to everyone who goes, "Oh, I'm not sure if climate change is really bad." And what do you mean birds are disappearing? Every time I go to the beach, there's hundreds of seagulls. I see lots of pigeons. So you get my drift? Anyway, of planning and wildlife being front and centre of land use decisions, have we actually come anywhere positive in that period of time?
We have. I will admit that we have. The problem is it's still so much influenced and based on forceful personalities. If you get the right people at the right place and they stick with what you can convince them is good, great things can happen. And that did happen around Brisbane. But there's just, the thing is, that's just a complete, so that's the Compton Road fauna overpass, just in the southern parts of Brisbane. In 2005, Brisbane City Council decided that they needed to double the size of the road. So there's two bits there. There's two lanes going this way and two lanes going the other way. You can't see it because of the shrubbery in the middle. But that was doubled in size. And they said, and it's cutting right through a conservation area called Karawatha Forest, which had been declared a reserve of national significance because of the number of endangered species there. But on that road there were so many people.
Any of them?
Plenty of them. They were getting nailed all the time. And so in the same week, Brisbane City Council declared Karawatha as a state of a reserve of national significance, and sometime later in that week,
I'll just stop there for a second, Ronnie. I want to ask you something because you're in the UK. Are you aware, like, as you sit in the UK, and I'm sure when you see stuff about Australia and wildlife, they probably do those crosses on the morning TV shows and everything where they go to Australia Zoo, which is the, Bindi Irwin and hugging koalas and all that kind of stuff. Do you know that koalas are we're actually at risk of the koala being extinct in the wild here in Australia, certainly in 2 states, Queensland and New South Wales, within 30 years? Because not only are we taking away all their habitat, they're being ravaged by chlamydia. So the chlamydia-free populations are down south where I live, 1,000 kilometres away, at 1,400 kilometres away from where we're talking about with Darryl. All of those koalas are at serious risk. And we keep, particularly New South Wales, the state that Sydney is the capital of, they're continuing to spread out into the southwest of Sydney where their main reservoir of koala populations are. And they've passed special laws so that no environmental effects really have to be taken into account. And people keep talking about, and I'm sure we'll get to it in this conversation, offsets are the big thing here. So what they say is, right, we're going to take 20 hectares of koala habitat here. We're going to destroy that. But what we're going to do is we're going to reserve 300 kilometres away, maybe 30 kilometres away, 30 hectares of land there. How the koalas aren't going to move there, and it might not be suitable habitat. But this is this insane thing everyone's talking about with offsets, and you'll probably hear me say it if you watch or listen to any of my stuff. Offsets is actually spelt S-H-I-T. So anyway, let's go.
2 lanes going the other way, you can't see it because of the shrubbery in the middle. Oh. But that was doubled in size, and they said, and it's cutting right through a conservation area called Karawatha Forest, which had been declared as a reserve of national significance because of the number of endangered species there. But on that road there were so many people.
Any of them?
Plenty of them. They were getting nailed all the time. And so in the same week, Brisbane City Council declared Karawatha as a state of a reserve of national significance, and sometime later in that week, the same council said we're going to double the size of the road that goes through the middle, and there was a huge outcry from the local people. There's a fantastic conservation community group called the Karawatha Protection Society who work around there, and they went totally ballistic. And the guy in charge of that was very good at being informed and organising stuff and doing really fantastic things. He just went straight to the town council people and said, "This is not on. We've got to do something." So he forced his way onto a committee, in a sense, and the town and the Lord Mayor came out and said, "These people they've got something to say that's important. Let's listen to them." And so he turned, this was actually in, I'd love to have this film somewhere, but he turned to the engineers, this is in the council meeting, and said, "Build the road and expletive, make it work." And they went, "We build roads, we're engineers, how the hell do we know anything about that?" So that was way back in 2005, and they went, "Well, we don't know what's going on." So I was just one of the people they said, "We don't know what the hell to do. Maybe you've got some ideas." And I said, "Yeah, sure." And I had no ideas really at all. I'd never even heard of the field of road ecology, but a couple of us, Adrian Canaris was the other one, 2 sort of token ecologists and a bunch of engineers and some people from City Council, and then some livid community group people all got together, and everybody knew that it was the person in charge, the person in charge of of the design, this is very early stages, and this is the secret, before anything had happened, they said, let's all sit down together and see if we can make something work here. And the person from the council said, this is I'm the bad person. And what we were all surprised, it was a female. She was the female head engineer of the
Hello,
whole
Facebook.
project. And she said, no, this is really important. But it's an engineering problem. We can engineer this and make it work. And that was how it started. And we just went in blind, and they were willing to listen. And we would come up with ideas out of the blue, out of the sky, out of the internet somewhere. And we'd say, oh, they're doing this in Holland, or we found something going on in Belgium or whatever, all things like this all over the place. And we said, is there any chance we could do these sorts of things here? And to their absolute credit, Brisbane City Council said, I reckon we could. We can try that. What do you think? How big should it be? Where should it go? And they were amazing. And that was all to do with the personality of Mary O'Hare was her name. She now lives in Tasmania. I hope she listens to this at some stage because she needs huge amounts of credit. So long story short, that got built, and we were there, thankfully, because Griffith University is just up the road from this. And so I had now an amazing research site set up for me, and I started looking at that from before it was finished and it continues till today. We've been monitoring every flaming thing that uses that. And it's not just a big obvious conspicuous overpass, but there are two special underpasses for wildlife going underneath the road, which you can't see. Extremely importantly is there's very sophisticated exclusion fencing, which doesn't let anything bigger than a grasshopper get onto the road. And so everything that wants to cross the road has to use one of the structures. There's 3 rope ladders going across from canopy to canopy for the possums and gliders. And then there's a line of glider poles which go across the top of the overpass. So it's very comprehensive in terms of the wildlife that can use it. And so it's been incredibly spectacularly successful. And so that's I use that as a hopeful example, but it's not the model. It's not a template. Well, no, it could be a template for how it should work. Unfortunately, it's very rare. It's the opposite is usually what happens. I've been involved in lots of projects ever since, and engineers make decisions. All right, we'll put the bloody wildlifey thing in, and they put it in the wrong place at the wrong time,
or they add it to the project at the back end, which makes it 10 times more expensive than if at the design process it had been put in. Now, how many similar structures are in Brisbane?
Well, believe it or not, there are now 3 in Brisbane. Yeah, there's Compton Road, Hamilton Road, and Illawina Street. So there's 3 inside the boundaries of the city of Brisbane. Yep. There are only 8 in the rest of Australia. There are only a total of 8 in Australia. Now, just to put it into some perspective, there are over 320 in France alone. The big overpasses.
So this is really the point, isn't it, Holly? That there are 3 in Brisbane, there are 8. Ronnie, did you hear that that statistic about how many wildlife overpasses there are in France? Do you see many of them in the UK? Be really interested to know if they're a big thing there. Is it 8 more or 8 in total,
no, 8
Darryl?
in total
So there are 3 in Brisbane. There are 5 more for the totality of Australia. Whereas what's required is something to be dug and some structure to be put in under the road and something to be built over the road. And they build them on every road anyway. There's something going under every road and there's something going over just about every road, be it lines, power lines or whatever. So it's possible to build this in really easily to every new project. Hell, I used to install irrigation into new developments that is now all built in suburbs around me. But we got in there, as soon as the curbs were formed, we were in there putting pipes and sprinkler heads and valve boxes and all this stuff that no one was going to use for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, just so there was some amenity for the property developers to have nice street trees and nature strips along the road so that they could sell their stuff. But nobody ever thought about linking the one side of the estate with the other side of the estate so that animals could traverse it. Why are we still not there? And I wonder how because we're all in the comms space, I'm the dumbest person in the room in this discussion, but we're all trying to get the message out, and thousands of people are trying to get the message out. But why are we still not being able to convey the value of our wildlife to the people who make decisions when the problems are known, they're identified, and the solutions are known and identified? I mean, they're not the only solutions that I just put up. There are heaps of others, but you can help frogs and lizards and grasshoppers and kangaroos and deer and beaver and wombat get from one side to the other. Why are we still not doing it?
Look, I think this is similar to a discussion I think we had a couple of weeks ago, Grant, around collaborating.
That's why I got Darryl on, because it follows on to what we were talking about last week, week before that, whenever it was. But why at the planning stage? And it's easy to blame the councils and the politicians and everyone. Why aren't architects doing it? Why aren't town planners doing it? Why aren't all these people who have the skills and are being consulted, why aren't they stamping their feet and saying, no, I'm not going to submit this because it's rubbish? Why? And this is something I've been having a blue with people on Twitter about in the last little while. Because I don't reckon Tanya Plibersek's doing enough about the Greater Glider, and I don't reckon that the Victorian Labor Party and the government here are doing enough. And everyone's going, oh, give them time, they're only new. Bullshit. It's easy to stop something when you've got power. It's a lot harder to design the new process, but you can stop the bad thing and then build the good thing. But we never value the animals. And for a country that relies on part of our tourism appeal to the rest of the world is our unique indigenous wildlife and plant life, why I'm still flabbergasted why as a community, why all the professions that do the development, point at them all. Doesn't anybody take any responsibility for doing the right thing instead of just making a buck?
Well, I mean, that's ultimately it. It's do they know they're doing the wrong thing? This is not sort of justifying their positions, because everybody's coming into the profession that they're in with a different motivation and a different interest. And, for people who maybe go into some of these fields, it's just not something that they're aware about, or that registers as something they should be concerned about. And that's where, like Darryl had that engineer who was open and willing to consider something instead of it being another project and we just tick our boxes and this is what we develop. It requires somebody, unfortunately, who has that willing to look outside the box and
I
look
think
at
the floodwaters have got into Holly's.
You think so?
Oh no! I don't know if it's you freezing or it's me. I think Darryl, was it Holly for you?
Yeah, no, I didn't see any freezing.
No, okay, it must be my.
But I don't think it's freezing.
Darryl, can I inject something again controversial into the discussion to get your further comment?
That'd be a big surprise. Yeah.
Well, at the risk of I'm not discounting what you said there, Holly, except I am. These people have got kids, right? Those kids are lying on the floor of their lounge room drawing possums and kangaroos and koalas, and they're having discussions about the barrier reef and blah, blah, blah. So it's bullshit for anyone to say, we don't know. These people, unless they are not involved in the community, they know. But they can compartmentalise it away from their job, right? This is my view. Darryl, I really want your input on this, because I've spread out all those plans over big tables, and can we shift this tap from here to there? Oh, that's going to cost $700 if we do that. If we have to do it for 14 of them, right? I've had all those discussions with landscape architects and project managers and property developers. And that's the detail they get to at the back end of the project. Oh, we can't fix something that we stuffed up. So all these professionals know the barrier reef is stuffed. They know we're deforesting the country. You know, do they not know that we're about to lose the koala? You know? So, but it's not my job. Not my job. Am I being too harsh, Darryl?
No, not at all. No, absolutely not. No. So let me just say a couple of things. There seems to be there's a precedence thing. It's like in law. So when the media and the right wing people got word that we were going to build a big bridge over, cost a lot of money, and build a bridge over a road, there was the usual backlash kind of stuff. Highway for cane toads, it was all the usual stuff, right? Well, when we were monitoring, we were in there within 6 months of it opening. We've got to let it settle down a bit, that the animals get used to this massive change in their life. Within 6 months of it becoming available for the animals to use, we had 45 individual animals every single night crossing the thing. And so right from the beginning, it was unbelievably successful. It was beyond comprehension how successful it was. And what that led to was a thing called. So I have had lots of meetings with road engineers over the years, and it used to be that someone would say, well, in Europe they're building stuff, and the road engineers would say, yeah, but it's not going to work for kangaroos, or that's okay in Belgium or wherever. It's not going to work here. We don't have any evidence, or Canada. These things they might work for deer in Canada, but there's not going to be koalas aren't going to use the same thing, or there's no evidence for them. Come along this thing, Compton Road, and then I would see they didn't know. I'd often have meetings with councils or with engineers or with consultants, and some engineer would come up to me and say, "Bloody Compton Road! Everybody knows about it in Brisbane now." And so there is genuinely a Compton Road effect. You mean it works and we can't use the excuse that there's no evidence anymore, because we were just pumping out, and that was our goal, to put out every possible thing. Birds, mammals, reptiles, lizards, gliders, every bloody thing was using them. And so it was no longer possible to say it didn't work. Now that changed things dramatically at the southeast Queensland level. So we're just talking about one little bit of Australia. But because it got so well known there, the standard rose. And so it became in the people who provide the Department of Environment in Queensland have to sign off on a big project like this, or any road project or any railway project. And there's always a stipulation in there about impact on biodiversity. And because the Compton Road thing had become so well known, it's not legislated anywhere, but the conditions for approval included, what are you going to do about the biodiversity? And that became just written into the approvals. Not legislation yet at all, but at the local level, or at least the state level, that was in there. And that led to all sorts of changes. Unfortunately for the majority of them, it was just a tick-the-box approach, minimalist, well, we've got to do something, we'll just stick in a pipe somewhere and let them, that can be our wildlife bridge. And so there was some wildlife crossing structure, and there was a lot of terrible ones. And they would often come to us after the whole thing is completely built and say, we're required by our approvals to have somebody monitoring it. Can you come and do it? And I went, what? No, I'm not going to do that. That's ridiculous. It's in the wrong place anyway. So, but what happened there was this strange raising of expectations of what can be done, at least in southeast Queensland, and that's spread out a little bit around Australia now. But what will be happening is the people in Melbourne will be saying, well, it might work in Queensland, but there's no evidence that
that's exactly what happens.
Yeah. But I'm very pleased to say that the last big project I was
G'day, YouTube.
The third overpass in Illawina Street was a big international company who knew that this was on the table. They knew how the level of opposition they were going to get from the locals because it was in the same area. It was actually at the other end of Karawatha, this new one, where they were upgrading a huge motorway, a tollway. And they knew there was going to be strife, so they got in straight away and they invited me and all the other local conservation groups and community groups to come on board right from the beginning. So that's exactly what's supposed to happen. It's very rare that it does happen. But it worked a treat. And they said, we want to be known. The company, this big, nasty tollway company, wanted to be known as somebody friendly to biodiversity.
Welcome,
they wanted
Facebook.
that to be something that they see, they see there's value in it for their brand. And that's really hopeful, but it's still incredibly rare. But once it can be done, there's hope that others can take it on. But so that's a good sign, a good thing, something that's worth knowing about. But it's still not anywhere near as common as it should be.
Holly, do you know of any similar examples in your patch?
There's not a lot. So I think there's Western Sydney somewhere. There's in the last 12 months, I think there's been some sort of wildlife ladder type installations done. But it's only early days of monitoring those, so I'm not sure of how successful they are. But yeah, it's not a common occurrence, as Darryl said.
I can't think of one that isn't a pipe, like you referred to, Darryl. We'll just stick in 4 extra, large drainage pipes and call that a wildlife corridor.
Yeah. But so let me say something here, because that's really important. So underneath every road in the universe, there are culverts just for water management. Yep. They're everywhere. And so a big project, quite different to the other ones, but still trying to get animals safely across roads. It's all about koalas. Nobody cares about anything except cute koalas. But we were asked by Main Roads Department of Queensland to look at a whole lot of places in the vicinity of Brisbane to see whether there was something they could do possibly about the carnage of the koalas. I've been hammered on the roads, terrible. And so we went to all these hot spots where lots of koalas were killed, and there was no way you can build a really expensive overpass after the road's there. You can't do it. You've got to do it when the road's being upgraded or built in the first place. It's just too big an engineering problem. But you can do stuff under the road. And so we went, well, there's not much else we can do building-wise, but they've got all these existing culverts here. Can we do something with the culverts? And so we eventually came up with an idea of a kind of retrofitting to a big culvert, because they're often full of water. In Queensland, it rains all the time. It's been raining continuously in Queensland and in New South Wales for years, it seems now. So they're all full of water. And so most animals will not get their feet wet. But if you what we worked out was, it's cheap and easy to do this. You put in a platform under the road bolted to the side of the culvert's wall. And as long as there's a fence above so they can't walk over the road, they're forced to go looking for another place, and they go under the road along just a platform, a little platform thing, a ledge that's been bolted in. Easy to use, easy to do, cheap, and it looks like a great solution. And so they're everywhere now in Queensland, everywhere. There's hundreds of them, or probably not hundreds. I'd say probably 60 to 70 of them now, and nobody even knows about them. And every night, some koalas, but echidnas and yes, cats and foxes and wallabies and brush turkeys and everything uses them. And they're really successful. And there's a little easy, cheap solution that people need to know about, because everywhere with the koalas, they should be putting these things in. So it doesn't have to be grandiose and outrageously expensive. You can do other things.
I'm looking for there was a picture that I saw, but I can't find it now. Sorry, with the ledge bolted inside the culvert, but I didn't have the rights to. It wasn't a shareable one that I could.
I can send you some of the pictures afterwards.
That would be great, and we'll put them on the web page that accompanies this when we get around to publishing it in a little while. So, how? I'll just stop that for a second because I've just found some photos. I couldn't find them when we were having this discussion, but here's a bunch of examples coming up now. So let's have a look. This isn't exactly the same, but they're the same idea. So they are just logs. Now that's a floodway under a main road with logs attached to the concrete supports. I'll just see if let's go back. I'll just see if there's one of that doesn't look like. I mean, that's pretty close too, isn't it? So that gives you the idea of what Darryl was talking about. So let's get back to Darryl and Holly and me. How do we shift the needle? That you have to get public pressure to make councils make the conditions for development wildlife friendly, and we need to get the engineers, be they building bridges, roads, town planners, all the people who are designing housing estates, all the people who are giving us the worst triangle of land in a development as a offset to protect biodiversity. G'day, Naomi. Thanks for the Facebook love. What do you both think is the first necessary action to get to all of these different classes of people? I'll just stop there before Darryl answers that. Did you notice in those photos, Darryl mentioned a few minutes ago that people only care about koalas, right? Because everyone knows about koalas. How is a wallaby going to use any of the structures we just looked at? How's an echidna going to use any of those structures? I mean, a wombat, most of the possums will be all right. The quolls maybe will be all right. But there's so many of the native animals. I mean, even common blue-tongued lizard, how's that going to get across those things? So, g'day YouTube. Nice of you to join us as well. We're watching a replay, just so you know, of a conversation had a few months ago with Holly Parsons and Darryl Jones and me. We'll get back into it. I'll stop and interject when I can add something if I think it's useful or controversial, or if there's an update. If you've got any questions or comments, pop them in the comments, and we'll put them up and discuss them. And it's good, nice for you to be here. I'm obviously here live. See, I'm here, and I was there. Oh, hang on, there. No, I was. However, I was there. Darryl is from Brisbane but lives in Kuala Lumpur now. Holly runs the Urban Birds program at BirdLife Australia. Holly.
Oh, gosh. Why'd you ask me first?
What was that question? Let's go back.
I don't think there is one.
What? what do you both think is the first necessary action to get to all of these different classes of people? Holly.
Oh God, why'd you ask me first? I don't think there is one first step. I think this is such a massive, challenging overhaul that is needed, that there needs to be, for local issues, local groups, really have, can influence, local councils are going to be concerned about their constituents and noise from their constituents. So anytime local groups can get active and can raise awareness, then you've got that sort of local concern, which can do things. But in terms of how you get to change planners and landscape architects, and it's kind of multifaceted. There needs to be education built into the courses that they do while they're training, but there needs to be legislative change as well. Like there needs to be some accountability and some legal requirement for changes to be made to how biodiversity is viewed and how whatever it is being designed, whether it's a road development or whether it's a new housing estate going in.
Right, Darryl, can you see this? That's me with my tongue firmly in my cheek, okay? Darryl, you've made a career sitting in your ivory tower, being a boffin academic. What are you people in academia doing to train these other people?
Well, we're trying our best. I actually was invited to do an urban ecology course at Griffith, which is still going on, even though I'm not there anymore. So it was literally, this was like a dream come true for an academic. Like, what's your biggest passion in life? Here, run a course on it. I couldn't believe my eyes. And that's totally about that. It was about what can we do? There's tons we can do. Everybody needs to know about it. And every second week from the labs, I would invite an engineer or a green architect or somebody to come and talk about green roofs or how to build a road properly or how to make what's the latest design in whatever it is. All sorts of things was going on there. So what I will say is, and you were right. So I want to say to Holly, absolutely, the biggest thing, the most influence you can have is through well-informed, really enthusiastic community groups. They work at the local level. That's where it all really happens. It's all local. All this is local. If you can get one of these things in your patch, over your road, in your place where you walk every day and you really value that place, that's where it'll happen, because those people will start hammering on the door of the local member and making their voice heard and saying, we're not going to vote for you bastards if you don't do something properly. And that's where the stuff works. And so, and just a little aside, I was a supervisor for a project which was trying to figure out why certain things got onto the legislative agenda or the policy agenda at state level governments. And the thing that came out absolutely the clearest was dedicated, persistent, but polite local community groups. They got so much done. People listened to them if they did the right thing. And they were willing to compromise on occasions, and weren't just don't do whatever, you had to allow the other people to talk. And so when genuine cooperation and collaboration occurs, that's when things can go on. And so that's what, and the other thing, Grant, you mentioned, we're involved in comms. For probably the last 20 years, I've just dedicated my life to turning whatever science I know or read about or do myself into stuff that ordinary people can understand. That's my utter passion. That book is entirely for that reason. It's to try and say there's tons of stuff being done all around the world, and you need to know about it. People need to know that. Good. Perfect. People need to know and hear about these things, because then they can say, oh, I didn't even know that you can put a ledge under a road. I'm going to get onto my local council about that. Did they know about that? Why didn't we hear about that? Why aren't they talking about that? Get that stuff rolling. That can be a big difference.
Yeah, of course, I'm being a little bit provocative there by saying be a shit stirrer, but I think people sometimes say, how come I'm not nice to everyone when I'm engaging with them in certain platforms? We've been nice. All my bloody life, we've been nice. Yeah. And where are we? Where are we? And here we are. No recovery plan for the Australian marsupial in place, despite it being identified as a requirement 9 years ago. Australian governments failed to halt decline. Talking about the koala, apart from the kangaroo, what's Australia known for when it comes to animals? And it's the koala. And in 9 years, nothing got done because everybody is being nice to the rotten bastards who do nothing. So stuff it. There's my standpoint. Hello, everyone on all the platforms that are watching. Got something to say to us or to... probably only want to say it to Darryl or to Holly. So ask your question, pop it in there, and we'll discuss it. Darryl, are we... Let me stop that. Hey, Naomi, yeah, this is something, and Ronnie, you're still with us, I hope. Naomi's regularly filling me in on things. Naomi, can you email me the contacts that you might have for the petition? But this is happening all over the country at the moment. New South Wales particularly. We've had changes of government here in the state I live. We've now got a leftist government, or it's really centrist, but leftist. So it's not 100% pro-developer, although all of our governments are totally captured by government. But Naomi lives in New South Wales, where they are rabidly pro-development. And the glossy black cockatoo is a bird species which is in dire straits in every state. And it's one of our endangered species that's given prominence, but the habitat is still being knocked down for housing. People just refuse, or governments refuse to make developers accommodate wildlife. And what I want to make clear is, so people understand, is I'm not against having houses. I'm not against people being able to fulfill their dreams and buy a property and move. But I just think that we need to develop housing that is appropriate for the world that we live in now. It's not 1950, for crying out loud. All the damage that we did with the developments that we did in 1950, 1960, 1970, 1980, that's all coming home to roost now as we lose countless species. What have we lost? 37 mammals, I think, in the last 50 years in this country. And it's happening all over the world, but we're talking obviously in Australian context. So, yeah, Naomi, let's do something. We'll get some people on and talk about that, and I'll get the New South Wales koala people in and we'll talk about this. But how fortuitous that you mentioned this just as Darryl mentions that same point. And if you're new to the show, this is why I'm replaying some of these things to bring up the issues and to give me a bit of more incentive about what to follow up in the first couple of months of 2023 when we start doing the usual live shows. And just so you know, I'm going to try and regularly go live for the 3 platforms midday my time. So what's that? An hour and a half ago, we would be starting, whatever your time is, if you want to join us again. And then I think in my evenings, late evenings, I'll do Twitch-only stuff for that audience that is maybe the Northern Hemisphere. But anyway, we'll get to that. Naomi, if you wouldn't mind, if you've got my email, if you haven't, news@thebirdemergency.com.au, if you could send it there. I can't pull it out of these things and make it easy to copy and paste, and because it's it's not like a easy link. It's just difficult, especially by the time I get to the end of the stream to follow it up. I'll have totally forgotten about it. But if you email it to me at news@thebirdemergency.com, sorry to give you homework. At least I'll be able to go through it when I get my email tomorrow morning and get into it and set that up. Okay, I'll just bring this back a little bit so we know what the question and before I interrupted it. Okay. Being nice to the rotten bastards who do nothing. Oh, another swear word. So there's my standpoint. Hello, everyone on all the platforms that are watching. Got something to say to us or to... probably only want to say it to Darryl or to Holly. So ask a question, pop it in there, and we'll discuss it. Darryl, are we only... let me put it a different way. Are we in danger of only focusing on icon species, like you said, and I've been flashing up the koala all the time? But does that mean that we are in danger as a group, as a you're the people with the knowledge of being pushed and pressured into solutions that leave other species out? Naomi, it's not happening to here for me today like it was the other day. So, but my internet did go down just before midday and it's back up. So maybe there is something going on locally. I hope it's not affecting the viewing experience too much, but here we go. Because often, again, I'm a conspiracy theorist, all right? So I've just got my tinfoil hat on at the moment. But sometimes divide and conquer is a good way to get the cheapest option done rather than the best option done. So you can build something that's good for koalas but isn't good for frogs, right? Or, I don't know, probably insects. Who cares about insects, right? But it's good for kangaroos and it's good for koalas. So, right, we've done our job. Is there a danger that there isn't enough know-how and knowledge put into the design and then the implementation of some of these projects? Did you follow where I was going?
Yeah, there's a bit of stuff in there, but I think I got the thread. Yes, that's definitely a possibility. But so far, we all know we just work with this. Holly will be so aware of this. You know, if it's a iconic species, you just go with that species, and you hope desperately that it'll bring along all the other stuff. So the Compton Road was built for koalas, even though there's not that many koalas in the area. There's many more other things which are more important, in a sense. But we got that done, and we designed it for everything. It's a vegetated overpass. Now, I'm a bird dude, you know, and I didn't even think about birds using it. Birds can fly, can't they? Well, it didn't take me that long to realise that the little birds were not going to cross 4 lanes of space. They're never going to do it. But they were, as soon as the vegetation was thickened across the top of the overpass, they were going on over like steam. There was 70 birds a day going over there at certain stuff, you know, during migration time. It was amazing. So we can do it. So there's a little bit of underhand stuff. Yeah, we'll build your koala bridge, but we're going to, you know, we're not going to tell you, but we're going to make it friendly for everything else as well. But let me just go. So you talked about, you know, the possibility of getting sidelined into iconic stuff. I'm going to suggest something pretty radical. I'm going to say I think we're being convinced that it's got to be a grandiose construction. There's many other things we can do as well. And that's where I want to talk. My question to Holly is, let's just forget about these $1 million overpass things and stuff, which are great, fine, of course they're good. but there's got to be low-level local solutions for birds and butterflies and all that other stuff. And they're probably even more important at the local level. And so, yeah, let's just talk about that, because I think that's really crucial. Because it's a lot of people will say, yeah, an overpass here would be wonderful, but there's no way the council's going to fund it. But is there something we can do, planting gardens or whatever? So, Holly.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, Darryl. I think you're right that the aspiration of something like a massive overpass is probably going to be out of reach for a lot of, you know, what we're dealing with now, where we've got these roads in place, where we've got, you know, a bushland patch and a whole heap of houses. You know, that's, you know, something big and grandiose is going to cost a fortune, and nobody's going to give it the time of day because there's no budget to be able to do that work. So it is about looking for those little wins and what can you do at that local level that is going to be low cost and is going to, you know, be effective and use an icon species. I love using an icon species. I use it all the time. You know, they're an umbrella that you can fit, you know, a whole suite of similar species to bring along, you know, with whatever habitat restoration you're doing. So I think, you know, there's certainly ways and the need to engage individuals in a lot of this action and getting them involved through hooking them in an iconic species, but also giving them practical, easy to do steps means that you've got a higher likelihood of actually getting a result rather than waiting for a budget cycle that has a huge amount of money and the right development to actually take ahead some big project.
I'm taking off my tinfoil hat now, and now I'm putting on my Captain Obvious cap. The things that connect these areas of existing and important habitat are generally one of two things: roads or waterways, actually three, and perhaps railway lines. But we are not revegetating or preserving vegetation along those corridors generally. Rivers and creeks probably a little bit excluded. There's been some really good waterway management. But local communities who are very loud are often talking about the danger of vegetation, the risk of vegetation, and often with, you know, good cause. Is vegetation for wildlife in these important possibly connective tissue, for want of a much better term, between important areas of habitat? Is it possible to satisfy both the requirements for wildlife, the ecological needs, and to keep communities safe from fire's the obvious one. Flood's another one now.
It depends entirely on where you are and what the local situation is. It'll be very much site by site what will be important. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that we were all utterly, completely obsessed with fire. Now we're obsessed about drowning. So, you know, it's a very different world. But yeah, no, you're right about those sorts of things. The thing that breaks my heart is how many people say those big trees must go. They are a threat, and they might fall on a house or something. And that's, you know, those trees are 500 years old sometimes, and beyond value in terms of habitat for animals, and yet they're getting pulled down all the time. That's really dreadful.
But we are funding a few nest boxes.
And we think that's the solution. You know, that's it. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll cut down 500 hectares of trees and we'll put up 50 nest boxes. Fixed, no problem. Yeah, no, we've got to get away from that. But you know, we're a long way from being sensible about this in terms of ecological. I was thinking more of, again, you know, I'm always trying to be optimistic if I possibly can. You know, and wondering if Holly's got any examples from the Sydney area. There was a thing called pollinator link, it's called, in Brisbane, And it was somebody looked at the maps and said, there's a big patch over here and a big patch over here and a whole matrix of horrible houses and roads in between. Can we do something about it? And somebody who was a butterfly freak, came up and said, what we could do is see if, there's lots of little council patches all the way along, and they sort of mapped out a kind of connective corridor, if you like, that included lots of people's houses, and they actually went door knocking and explaining to people and had lots of workshops and stuff. And eventually what they did was they were able to...
I'll just interrupt there too, because on a conversation I had with Michelle Neal from the Citizen Science Association of Australia, she's talking about, we haven't been away, or I haven't. I've just been here. It's just been going on. I hope that wasn't me. Naomi, Ronnie, you're still here, I think. Did I disappear for you? Naomi, do you want me to take that back a little bit? And Ronnie, if you missed it, I'll take it back. What Darryl's talking about is, because we've been talking about those big animals, Darryl's now talking about insects and butterflies, and how some work had been happening in Brisbane with somebody looking at all the neighbourhood vegetation maps and working out all those little patches like gardens, important gardens, nature strips, school grounds, where pollinators were using them, and the idea of trying to reconnect them, which is really the whole basis of the discussion, reconnecting habitat. Do you want me to take it back a few minutes, or are you happy to let it run on from now? Just let me know. Unless we're still buffering for you, Naomi. I'll just wait. Actually, instead of waiting, why don't I pull it back a minute or so? And if you want it to go further back, Naomi, just let me know.
The time. That's really dreadful.
But we are funding a few nest boxes.
And we think that's the solution.
No, actually, we will come back to the trees. The requirements for wildlife, the ecological needs, and to keep communities safe from fire. Naomi, I was banging on about how even though we're always trying to retain habitat or put vegetation back where it's been removed, you always get part of the community going, look, if there's bushes there, that means, it won't be safe either. Fire, as I mentioned, but the other thing, and I didn't really point it out, but what always happens here in parks is people say, strangers will jump out of the bushes and, bad things will happen. Well, I don't know. I don't know if we can have a vegetation-free city because there's a couple of freaks around. Anyway, that's the obvious one. Flood's another one now.
It depends entirely on where you are and what the local situation is. It'll be very much site by site what will be important. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that we were all utterly, completely obsessed with fire. Now we're obsessed about drowning. So, it's a very different world. But yeah, no, you're right about those sorts of things. The thing that breaks my heart is how many people say those big trees must go. They are a threat, and they might fall on a house or something. And that's, those trees are 500 years old sometimes, and beyond value in terms of habitat for animals, and yet they're getting pulled down all the time. That's really dreadful.
But we are funding a few nest boxes.
And we think that's the solution. That's it. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll cut down 500 hectares of trees and we'll put up 50 nest boxes. Fixed, no problem. Yeah, no, we've got to get away from that. But we're a long way from being sensible about this in terms of ecological. I was thinking more of, again, I'm always trying to be optimistic if I possibly can, and wondering if Holly's got any examples from the Sydney area. There's a thing called pollinator link, it's called, in Brisbane, And it was somebody looked at the maps and said, there's a big patch over here and a big patch over here and a whole matrix of horrible houses and roads in between. Can we do something about it? And somebody who was a butterfly freak, came up and said, what we could do is see if, well, there's lots of little council patches all the way along, and they sort of mapped out a kind of connective corridor, if you like, that included lots of people's houses, and they actually went door knocking and explaining to people and had lots of workshops and stuff. And eventually what they did was they were able to convince sometimes every, third house or whatever to add to or change in some way their backyard vegetation. And so that now is a very effective corridor for, it was originally intended for butterflies, but now we know that the little birds, especially the insectivorous birds and some of the nectivorous birds are now using it as well because it's flowers. They put in flowers for butterflies and lots of other things like flowers as well. And people love flowers as well. So this thing is now working really well. It's allowing a kind of stepping stone sort of approach across. There's even a place where it crosses a big busy road, and that what they've done is they've vegetated amazingly a big roundabout in the middle of it. And if the butterflies are careful, they can get across to the other spot and then across to the next patch. And so, there are even things like that which can prove to be really well. I mean, there's a lot of skepticism whether they will be big in the long term. But what I see is that they are coming out of very passionate, concerned locals, and they're going to take that passion and interest and concern big picture as well, not just their own patch. And that's part of what this is. It's about getting people thinking broadly and at a landscape level and even internationally about the importance of habitat. But if you're thinking, gee, my backyard is now a habitat for visiting animals, I wonder whether that's important for my big, the park where I go walking the dog, that kind of stuff.
Part of the thing I always want to push, and I mean, Holly and I did a show about this a little while ago, about the kinds of plants you can choose for certain things. But what I would like us to move towards is not only all the planning decisions being made, but when the councils are doing something like that stepping stone approach with an idea about butterflies. Well, councils used to have their own nurseries, right? I think they've nearly all been flogged off or closed down. But then they could come and give everybody 2 or 3 plants after somebody's had a look at their backyard and go, this would be perfect for your place.
Yep.
And so would this.
Yep.
So historically, we've given a whole lot of responsibility to a whole lot of bodies to do stuff, to make decisions, to come up with guidelines. But then we went through, the Kennett years and the, thanks, Jeff, piece of shit, that just downgraded all this public assets and all the corporate knowledge that was in all these places and set us back 50 years. And for public amenity is going to be my point. But you look at Britain, where they've got this rewilding thing going on, where they're celebrating the meadows of wildflowers along roadsides and connecting suburbs and counties and whatnot. And I'm also not saying that Britain have got it right, but there's seems to be a really strong community sentiment to do things that that I notice here through what I see on social media. May well be wrong. I'm reaching out to people in the rewilding space and BTO and other groups in the UK to talk to me about what's actually happening. Actually, we spoke to Jack Baker. We just replayed that the other day, that episode with him about what's happening in Scotland and reintroducing the Scottish wildcat and rewilding parts of Scotland. So, yeah, there seems to be a lot happening. Anyway, we're back to back to Australia, because they've got this focus on pollinators. When's the last time you heard someone in public life issue the word pollinator when it wasn't about a bee and agriculture?
Sure.
Yeah,
I got your email. Thanks, Naomi.
I'll just jump in really quickly. There are a whole, and maybe it's around sort of promoting them properly or more. There are a whole range of local initiatives on the ground, you know, in Melbourne, in Sydney, in Brisbane, throughout. I think it's down to sort of, you know, people to sort of do a bit of digging and see what's going on locally in your area. You're right, like, you know, local nurseries can be really hard to come across. When they do, they are gold for getting plants. You know, you've got plants that are locally native, you've got plants that are usually a lot cheaper than you would buy at a commercial nursery, you know, that are going to grow really well in your conditions too. And so it's, you know, there is a need to try and discover where those pieces of, you know, those nurseries are. And at least around Sydney, there's still a really good number. Lots of councils do have those initiatives too. So, you know, Gardens for Wildlife in Victoria are doing amazing things and partnering with local councils. In Sydney, there's things like the Habitat Network around the city of Ryde as well. There's a B&B highway project, which is linked with UTS in Sydney as well, that's sort of looking at that sort of pollinator relationship. So those projects are around. Probably more so than they used to be, because we've seen this rise of things like citizen science becoming much more sort of mainstreamed and common. So I think they are around. It's a matter of sort of tapping into your local one and seeing where you fit in. But even if there isn't, there is still, you know, I'd like to think Birds in Backyards fills a gap for people to even if they don't have a local on-ground project, identifying a corridor, they still know and learn the things that they can do to put in the ground to help birds as a umbrella for, you know, pretty much everything. So those tools are around. It's about sort of doing the digging and finding them. And of course, you know, if you're in a capital city, there's, you know, that's where there is, you know, generally some more funding and some more of those projects existing. But I think most places should be able to connect to some sort of at least a plant list or, you know, a project that may at least inspire them to do some work locally as well.
And of course, I'm totally unreasonable. I want it all. I want it all now.
Mm-hmm.
And I want a perfect world. But again, when we're developing main roads, we've got the Department of Main Roads. Are they still called DMR in New South Wales? And we've got
what is it called?
We've got Vic Roads in Victoria.
It's TMR in Queensland. It's Transport and Main Roads in Queensland.
Yeah, and every state has got one, and then I would like to see that, as well as specifying the size and the type of road base and the size and the type of bitumen, the paving material, and cat size that need to be, that can or can't be on every road. I'd like to see all of these things have a percentage or some way to measure the connectiveness of those roads to the destination. You follow what I'm saying? Well, we've got freeways everywhere. We've got highways everywhere. We've got main arterial roads everywhere. And they're the natural places that would connect areas easily, because they don't have a lot of human traffic, dogs, you know, all that kind of stuff that deters wildlife from going in other areas that we think we're putting aside for them. But we're not utilising them. We're not utilising 2 metres or 6 metres or however much space could be given to wildlife, to biodiversity, to make those transport thoroughfares also wildlife thoroughfares. Am I Am I not seeing something, or am I seeing something being too easy?
Mate, you're very European. They've been doing that for years in Europe. I mean, I should tell you that if you belong to the EU and you're putting in a new road or a new railway somewhere, you have to, right from the beginning, you have to show how are you going to provide a way for biodiversity to cross your road or railway or whatever it is, on average, every 500 metres of your linear infrastructure. And that's just written in, How will you do it? Show us how you will do it. And they, because they are staring the apocalypse in the face, they've had, centuries of wars and habitat destruction, and they know exactly what's going to happen. They are holding on to the merest threads of what's left, and they understand absolutely how invaluable those places are. Let's not get in Australia get to that stage. It's almost lost in Europe because there's hardly anything left. We've got a whole continent still with, thankfully, lots of animals, lots of them in trouble. But let's value them before we get to that stage.
But the further point, Darryl, which makes it infuriating for me, is if you go to Holland or France and you see their wild animals, well, the wild animals in Holland are the same kind of wild animals in France and Belgium, right?
Absolutely.
But where else can we get if we drive the koalas to extinction? We can't get any from Belgium or from Holland, I guess, unless they're in a zoo. But we should be the people most concerned about these issues of anywhere in the world.
You would think so, wouldn't you?
I think it's also a bit of, Grant, probably, I don't know, might be speaking for other people too much. It might be a bit of that sort of taken for granted, and the whole issue that Darryl and I probably come up against many times in urban ecology is that urban spaces are seen as less than. They are, the junk space that you only get ibis and magpies and a dog that's decided. So you're not seeing. So people assume that koalas are out there in the bush, and so we don't need to consider them on roads because most of them are not on roads. That's probably not true. The proportion in urban spaces is actually really high, but it's around that public knowledge of what the actual situation is and the value that urban spaces do have for a huge range of wildlife. I just don't think is well understood. People are familiar with their rainbow lorikeets and their cockatoos and things, and not really seeing the whole breadth of wildlife that can be supported.
If anybody's ever hit a wombat or a kangaroo or a wallaby or an emu at 100 kilometres an hour, you will never forget your experience with wildlife on a road. I can guarantee you. And you will probably need a new car. So, Darryl, you've mentioned that Europe is miles ahead of us and that it's an intrinsic part of the planning process. Where else in the world that you're aware of are they doing it well, and are there examples that we could follow, that we could absorb the experience of?
It's so different. The animals we've got here are so different. There's some general principles you can use from Europe. I mean, Europe is honestly centuries ahead of us. Some parts of
Canada's not in Europe. I just didn't have a picture.
States, as usual, in the United States are good, but this whole road ecology thing is starting to spread internationally. Even Malaysia's got overpasses and underpasses for wildlife now, but they're all over the place. Sri Lanka's just opened a new one, despite all the problems there. They're everywhere, and they're kind of importing the ideas and the engineering solutions and all those sorts of things from elsewhere and using them locally. So you've got to take. I think engineers have done this all the time. Is take a general principle and apply it and adapt it to your local conditions, and that's what they've always done. So it's happening all around the world, but nothing compares to Europe. And as I was trying to get across the idea of, because they're so desperate. It's a little bit like conservation in New Zealand. They are staring actual extinction in the face on a daily basis. That focuses the mind. We are actually as well, but we don't seem to. It's so big, plenty of animals out there. And Holly's point was really well made. You're absolutely right. Nature is somewhere out of town. You go driving in your four-wheel drive to see nature. No, nature exists. We're so lucky in Australia to see the variety, the diversity of animals in your backyard, in your local town, is unlike virtually anywhere in the world. You know, go to New York and see how many wildlife things are in, downtown New York compared to downtown Melbourne or Brisbane. Maybe not downtown, but the suburbs of Brisbane, or Melbourne or wherever. We've got so many animals here, native animals thriving and looking so well. It's outside, so they're all around us. Nature is not absent from the city, and that's really important for people to realise that.
I've recounted this story before countless times in different formats, but Darryl, you won't have heard it. I shared a house, must be in the 90s, would have been late 90s, and we had a spare room, and so, as we all do, we rented out to somebody, and this English guy who was studying similar to what I did at horticulture, parks and gardens management. He just graduated in something similar in England, and was coming over here to work to do a placement 6 months or 9 months or something. So I took him down to where my family place was in Gippsland, and jumped in the car and headed down there on an early afternoon. And as we're Friday
afternoon
afternoon
to Relgan, and we get into the wilds, he would just emus running alongside the car, kangaroos, wombats. I pointed out koalas. We get to the house where I have had a deck and overlooking the lake system down there and whatnot. And I threw out a couple of handfuls of seed out onto the back deck. A massive flock, 50, 60 rainbow lorikeets, galahs, crimson and eastern rosellas, wedgies. No, not wedgies. What am I saying? Wedgies. I'm saying galahs, sulphur-crested cockatoos, brush bronzewings, all come in. And he says, fair dinkum could not believe it. And once we got back to Melbourne, for weeks he would just be saying, "Oh, that was amazing." And I'd hear him talking to his mum and his auntie and his friends from college, and all he's talking about was this assault on his senses of the colours, the shapes, the movement, the noise from all
just could not believe it.
Yeah.
And look, I'm bang on about it all the time. We are so close to losing it because we're being complacent.
Yep.
And we are not doing anything really about it. And Holly, when's the last time you heard somebody who was sitting in a decision maker's seat who said anything about pollinators?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Or seed-eating birds?
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. It's a really challenging field to work in, and to try and get a seat at those sort of tables. It's absolutely something that needs to happen. But yeah, it's a long, slow process, unfortunately. And we need to try and work out how to speed that process up.
Definitely. Now, let's dial the knob up to positive again. And again, an invitation to those of you in watching, and again, on all the platforms still, feel free to pose a question, put in a comment, tell us something that's going on in your area, or a good example that you know of, so we can publicise it. Darryl, how can Mr. or Mrs. or Ms. or Master or Mary or Michael, average, make a difference?
Yeah, it's now that you've gone positive for a moment, I think that's really important to realise. So although you don't necessarily see this going on, but I probably was giving 60 public talks a year for the last couple of years, just trying to get these ideas out. And there is a huge number of people involved in a huge number of activities, quietly working away in there. And in Brisbane, they're called catchment groups. So everybody's local, like, water management zone has been divided up. And there's probably, 20 or 30 of them in all over Brisbane. Some of those places are just so full of enthusiastic. Every weekend they're out planting or weeding or doing something in their local patch and really valuing their patch and turning what used to be just a weed-covered piece of crap into now very valuable habitat for wildlife, and the wildlife is appreciating it and taking off. So there's all that stuff is going on all the time. And I see those people as quietly political. You don't see them out with placards, but you see them. They often invite the local member or the local ward guy or the, federal member or something in for a morning tea to tell him about they planted a whole lot of koala plants or, whatever, just to show it off. And I see them doing really effective work just in a quiet, diligent way in the background rather than being really heavy duty and vocal as we might see. So because they're not so conspicuous, we don't notice what's going on. But it's a little bit, I think it is reminiscent of the Teals in the last federal election. Those people they just generated the concerned ordinary folk who live in those electorates and changed Australian politics, in one hit. And that sort of thing is kind of going on at the local level. And I think there's a lot more optimism now that we've got, well, at least we've ditched the bastards and we've got a different set of, maybe not quite as bad bastards, but they at least appear at the beginning to be a little bit more open to some of this stuff. They don't want to go in too fast, I don't think. But so I'm pathetically optimistic about some things, not at the global level. I think we're screwed. But don't tell.
I'll just interject there. Naomi, do you remember when there was that senator in, I think it was the Hawke government and maybe the start of the Keating government, when his name was Mel Colston, I think, wasn't it? He left the Labor Party and went as an independent, and he was one of the people, well, he basically had the casting vote, and people were referring to him as a rat and a bastard, and Keating said he may well be a bastard, but he's still our bastard. So I hope the Teals and the Greens sort of continue to act like that. At least always on the side of the environment every time, rather than either of the parties that are dominated by business interests. Anyway, got my socialist hat on. Let's see what Darryl had to say.
But at the local level, I'm now involved in my local park. It's a very big conservation park, and it's always under threat from developers. Corruption is a huge issue here in Malaysia, and it's always going to, which politician is going to sell it off to his mate to build another set of flats that nobody needs. So I'm deeply involved in that sort of local politics now, as well. I'm the sort of token ecologist for them. But so I think everyone's got to work locally, and that's where the action happens.
It's no different here, though. The corruption just looks different.
Oh yeah.
Every council is about 50% representatives who are backed by developers.
Yeah.
So it's just a different kind of corruption. Generally, those people don't get to buy a yacht or a motor vessel or something. They will probably get a discounted loan to purchase properties. It's insidious everywhere, because when and this is why I want to keep bringing this up. How? Again, a good question for whoever's phone is vibrating there. How do you think, Darryl? I mean, you're now in Malaysia, where there's a totally different culture and looking at animals, the value and the worth of them. Maybe it's not so different, but I'm thinking it's a bit different. How do we increase the value that the community holds the everyday animals and plants, insects around us, compared to the value of white Italian tiles on a new kitchen, a renovated kitchen?
That's a big contrast. Again, I'm going to come back to the vibrant, enthusiastic members of a local community group of some sort. Those people have so much. They talk to their neighbours. They talk to their kids when they're picking up their kids. They walk their dog with their neighbour. You know, all that kind of local stuff. Oh, have you seen? For instance, my neighbour told me, because he didn't know who I was. Did you realise that there were woodpeckers in our patch just here? And I went, oh, woodpeckers. You know, like that's when I realised I really have moved. You know, I've got woodpeckers here and you know, and squirrels, not possums. But it's the same thing. You know, it's the enthusiastic. Did you see that? Isn't that wonderful? Oh, I didn't know they were even here. Are they native? Yes, they're native. You know, like all that sort of conversations. Those ones at the local level, I've said it 1,000 times already. That's where it matters, because those people will get enthusiastic, tell their kids. The kids will talk to their other kids at home, and then when the local member comes down to open the council or the kindergarten or whatever, they will hear about these people and hear their views. So I put my optimism into those people in those communities, and that's where everybody should be working as much as they can, I think.
Holly, you're working at BirdLife Australia. Mm-hmm. Extremely important for a whole number of reasons. But you're about, I'm sorry to spring this on you too, because we haven't talked about this, but
excellent.
But you're rolling out a program which is doing exactly what we're talking about, getting to people who can influence people, and that's kids. Yep. Influencing their parents. Gangs in school. Go.
Yeah, so we've just gang cockatoos have been a bit of an icon species that we've been working with recently, but it forms part of a larger Birds in Schools project that we've had running for a few years now, and that's all about engaging kids with their local bird life. And instead of being a one-off visit to the school to teach them about birds, this is about the whole classroom learning about their local bird life, whether it's gangs or whether it's sulphur-crested cockatoos or rainbow lorikeets, and being observant, noticing what's going on in their school grounds, teaching kids how to monitor their birds. They've got to do a little bit of maths. They've got to learn to interpret their data. But, you know, they're taking what they know about their local bird life and implementing action plans. So, okay, what are they going to do? These are the birds they've got on their grounds. It might be ones that are causing some problems. It could be ones that are around, but maybe they want more of them. And they've got to create and implement a plan to help their local bird life. So it's been really amazing to see how that has evolved depending on the teachers that are running that project. You know, we try and keep it nice and flexible. So, you know, teachers can be guided by student interests or their own interests. We've seen, you know, of course, we see nest boxes, we see plants go in the ground. We see waste management changes. If there's ibis and things causing problems, they look and investigate different bins and things. But, you know, we've seen art competitions. We've seen, you know, local advocacy, you know, kids asking questions about rat poisons. You know, we've seen, you know, assemblies and interpretive dance and, you know, kids getting engaged using birds as the way to I guess, learn about their local environment and get them involved in that action. Okay, they know they've got these birds. What are they going to do about it? And I think that's the really critical element of this project. It's enabling the kids to actually be the drivers of change, and it's really exciting. So that's, you know, available and open for any teacher who primary school who is keen to get involved. We run it all the way through the year. It's all done via basically us enabling and supporting the teacher through some e-learning and a wonderful project officer, Alex, to deliver it. So whether you've got gangs or you're just interested in birds wherever you are across Australia and you're a teacher, there's that resource is available.
Yeah, sorry, Perth, no gangs over there. Actually, Holly, are there any gang records? Any gang records in Adelaide ever?
No.
No. Sorry, Adelaide.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, sorry. Darryl, let's do some more positive stuff. I'm going to put some of your book covers up again.
Very positive.
This one. Tell us what someone will learn if they purchase this wonderful tome.
This is probably the most dangerous book you can possibly imagine, because this actually says it's possible to feed birds in your backyard safely. Now, I'm actually, I'm not advocating that people start feeding birds. I don't need to, because 35% or something of households already do. So we don't need to start feeding. But if you are feeding birds, here's full of information and tips and how to do it properly, so you'll get the most benefit and the birds won't be harmed in any way if you do it properly. But it'll also show you that it's more than just food. You can change your own backyard into.
You probably can't read what's on the cover there, but it's a sentence, obviously a recommendation from the CEO of BirdLife Australia, Paul Sullivan, and it says, "At last, a sensible science-based guide to safely feeding wild birds in Australia." And if you're not familiar with the show, we've covered feeding birds, wild birds, a number of times, and from the first discussion we had right through the process over a year or two, I was feeding birds, and it was keeping me a bit sane during the lockdowns, the very long lockdowns we had in this city. But I'm not now. So yeah, it's a really interesting topic, and this is a great book.
Your habitat, which is just as important. You don't have to be putting out seed and things, and you probably won't get pink cockatoos coming to your feeder wherever you live.
Yes, pink cockatoos don't live. That was an interesting cover choice, wasn't it? Holly and I have had the opportunity to have a look at your latest book.
Yep.
What will people find within the covers of Curlew's on Vulture Street? Cities, birds, people, and me. Yes. Which is kind of why you're on the show, Darryl.
Well, this is pretty much what we've been talking about, Holly and I, at least trying to get across, it's not a curlew, it's a stone curlew. And Vulture Street is in the middle of Brisbane, so what the hell is a rare bird like that doing there? And that's what it's all about, is how is it possible for wildlife to survive in cities which are totally human-orientated? And it's a memoir. It's my life as starting out as a completely naive and not very smart dude from Wagga Wagga, trying to work out what the hell he was going to do with his life, nearly giving up altogether, and eventually discovering that animals lived in cities all around him and didn't, and then that's my career. So it's my life really in there. And
Darryl, sorry, mate. Did you live on or near Vulture Street by any chance?
No. But Vulture Street goes right past the Gabba.
Well, I used to live not off Vulture Street, but off Stanley Street.
Oh.
Just a couple of blocks up from the Gabba.
And as you will be able to understand, that's not exactly pristine subtropical rainforest habitat anymore.
No, but there were plenty of cool birds around, and just down the road from Kangaroo Point, and there was some good places down there. And but the other end of my street ran into Stone's Corner, and all around there had low-lying streets that flooded all the time. So people have to live with with all that. But you've also got another one out, Darryl, or just is it out now, or is it just about out? This one?
No, that's out. But the trouble is, it's from America. This one was published in the States, and the books themselves haven't arrived. But lots of people have told me that they've actually ordered them successfully. I'm going to say it right now. Don't ever use Amazon for anything. But there's plenty of other versions of getting your books sent to your home, and you can get them done. And it's an audio book. So there's this English bloke talking my words. It's so strange listening to the words that you wrote by a bloke with a very English accent.
I was going to ask you about that because I've been dipping into the audiobook in the last couple of days. I was thinking, who made that decision, Darryl? Seriously?
The publishers.
I'll happily voice any of your books if you need to get an Australian voice. Happily. Because
we're threatening with the Curler's book that it'll be me, which will be terrifying.
Well, I was hoping it would be you. I was surprised because, I'm sorry, nothing but an Australian accent can possibly be acceptable for curlews on Vulture Street, even if we're not talking stone curlews on Vulture Street. Holly, is there any other rays of light that you would like to tell us about before we wrap up?
Oh, look, always. I know we've sort of been going down dark roads lately, Grant. But I think it's important to know that, one of the biggest challenges working in urban spaces is the people. But it's also one of the biggest positives because, you can engage with people who genuinely care about wildlife, and those people are out there. And like Darryl has said many times, they're the people that will enact change at these sort of local levels. And so, there's this amazing work ongoing. We've just seen it too with the Gang Gang Cockatoo project. While we did the school version, we also did some online learning for adults who lived in bushfire-affected areas. And while we provided this sort of online learning for people, thinking that, that would be a way for them to take their own individual action and, be able just to log on and do their lessons, what we really underestimated in that project was that people wanted to talk to each other, and the connectivity that people had and the passion that they had for gangs. And so we had an online forum as part of the platform that was incredibly active, with people exchanging ideas and sharing stories and working out what worked for them. And we saw it again. We had sort of a celebration event, which was online because I was Sydney based. Our project officer was Melbourne based, and we were covering Blue Mountains and ACT. And we gave people the opportunity to talk about what they were doing as part of that project, where they implemented an action plan on their own properties for gangs. And, people talking about the plants they got, sharing information about which the best nurseries were that were able to get their plants from, which ones were low in stock for this species, but they could actually get these ones. And people doing videos, showcasing their work, writing blog pieces for their local paper. Like, it had that communication element and people wanting to share was really, really critical. And so I think was really encouraging for something that's, being done online. People are still seeking out those connections and wanting to share their knowledge and share their passion. So while people can be a real challenge in an urban space, people are the solutions in an urban space as well.
Fab-o. Well, if we're going to do some ads, I'll do the ad for the bird emergency now. We're steaming towards 100 conversations with people like Holly and Darryl and all the other amazing
way past 100 now,
and
way past
and researchers. So subscribe to the Bird Emergency podcast on all the podcast places, or go to thebirdemergency.com, where most of the live streams that we've done are sitting up there, and you can find a bunch of the other ones that aren't on there yet on the YouTube channel. That's what I'm here for. The best place to consume podcasts about birds and conservation that I am the host of anywhere in the world. So please get involved. If you've got something that you would like me to follow up, let me know, because I'm doing that. Following up on the zoo controversy, Holly, did you see me being mean on other people being mean and other people not being mean about
Yeah.
about the Kyabram fauna park that Zoos Victoria has just taken over?
I missed that.
Oh, well, maybe I'll be interviewing someone from Zoos Victoria next week.
I won't be. They wouldn't talk to me.
Suggested I speak to someone and ask that. They've turned me down every other time. Maybe they'll say yes this time.
No, they turn me down again. They won't talk to me.
Darryl, Kuala Lumpur.
Mm.
What's the best bird that you're seeing there? And are you maintaining a yard list in
Of
Kuala
course.
Lumpur?
Of course, mate. I've got a yard list. I've got a condominium list, which is we live in a complex. And then every Thursday morning, I do a survey, a citizen science type survey, exactly the same route, exactly the same time of the day. Mate, the birds are so different. Although I should say there are coels, spotted doves.
Sparrows.
Yeah, but tree sparrows.
Yeah, tree sparrows.
No house sparrows. What else? Coel, yeah, I said coel.
Yep. Starlings?
Common
Yeah,
minor.
but shining starlings, not
Shining
ordinary
starlings.
miners.
Oh, Indian miners, yes.
Well,
Common minor. Yeah.
We've got 5 species of miners, but they're all supposed to be here. I keep thinking
yeah.
it's a bit like seeing possums in New Zealand, or now here they're not. They're just normal birds.
That's
it's
right.
all right. They're so smart. They really are. Yeah. Probably the coolest bird would have to be the falconet, which is imagine a ferocious predator about this big.
Yeah.
That plays
Grasshoppers.
preys on dragonflies and butterflies.
Yeah, and grasshoppers. Yeah.
A ferocious predator. Like unbelievable. Just the minutest little thing, and you can hardly ever see them because they always they position themselves on a dead tree 50 metres up in the air, so they look as big as an insect anyway. So that is probably the coolest bird I've seen.
Yeah, I accidentally saw one in that park that I can't remember the name of that we were talking about, the one with the needle in it.
Yep.
What's it called? You would know?
It's called the KLCC, so Kuala Lumpur City Centre.
City Central Park.
Eco Park.
Yeah.
Eco Park,
That's right. Yeah. If you're going to Kuala Lumpur, you've got to go there.
It's hard to believe. It's a bit of tropical jungle right in the middle of town. And it's like where Hyde Park would be in Sydney.
It's amazing.
It's amazing.
Oh, who said that?
Last call for questions or comments before we get out of here.
I don't think anyone did.
I should have some background music for that or something, but I don't. Oh, now
I do have background music
let's plug
today.
too, Holly. The 25th of this month, we've got Professor Ewan's coming on.
Ewan.
Ewan Ritchie.
Yep. Ewan Ritchie.
He'll be good value.
Joining us to talk about the State of the Environment report, which is being released on the 19th. So we're going to have a week to digest it, and we'll talk about that. I'm going to invite a few other people on as well. I won't say their names in case they can't join in, but we want to get a range of perspectives and then get an idea about what the priorities need to be. Do we need to recast what we think the priorities are, and perhaps the methodology or the strategy if we're going to be polite shit stirrers to get things done? Because I'm really fearful that we're going to get a whole lot of astroturfing or greenwashing by a government that doesn't really want to do anything but wants to look like they're everybody's friend and doing everything. So there we are.
Hey, Naomi, you're still here, aren't you? So I said this, I think, in July. Did you hear what I just said? I want to play that again. Let's see.
Join in. But we want to get a range of perspectives and then get an idea about what what the priorities need to be. Do we need to recast what we think the priorities are, and perhaps the methodology or the strategy, if we're going to be polite shit stirrers, to get things done? Because I'm really fearful that we're going to get a whole lot of astroturfing or greenwashing by a government that doesn't really want to do anything, but wants to look like they're everybody's friend and doing everything. So there we are. Got my tinfoil hat and my pessimism, loud and proud, but it's just too late to not do things. Just so, Naomi, did I call it right with the biodiversity offsets plan? Getting private development and finance to be the drivers of conservation? What do you reckon? I reckon I was pretty close to the mark. But I'd be interested in your take. I'd be interested in anyone's take. So, and I don't like being right. Sorry, Naomi. Yes, I did call it. I copped a lot of shit from people, and they were all saying, "Oh no, give them a chance, give them a chance." But I wasn't hearing the language that governments do when they're preparing the ground. I wasn't hearing them prepare the ground for anything radical in favour of nature. And yeah, I think we got a shit sandwich, and it's just not the worst shit sandwich. You know, it's like when you go to a buffet and they've got a whole lot of pressed meats and conglomerate seafood sticks, and you've got to pick which one you want to eat because they don't have anything you really want. You know. Anyway, gloom. Darryl, thanks, mate.
Good, great, fantastic.
I hope we can do this again when I come to Kuala Lumpur, whenever.
Oh yeah. Oh, that would be great.
Well, it would be. It'd be cool. It'd be cool to do it in the park.
Yep. Yeah, that would be fantastic. Absolutely. But I'm going to be in town, both your cities, shortly, flogging that curler's book. So I'll let you know when.
Wonderful.
Oh, thank you, Naomi. Naomi's just given us some Facebook love. Thank you very much for that. Very, very good. I can't show Facebook love. I can only show comments. So that was good. Holly, what's coming across your desk at BirdLife at the moment?
Oh, what isn't? It's always busy, always busy. Birds in backyards surveys are ongoing. So if anybody wants to let us know what's going on in their backyards or their front yards or their little park down the road, you can go to the website that's on the screen now, or birdsinbackyards.net, and get all your instructions. We're doing, a good chunk of data analysis on our citizen science surveys at the moment. So it's we're about to let everybody know about how they can better create spaces for bird species in your garden.
Fabulous. I should note, everyone, when I've got these birdemergency.com links, they're just lazy links that go straight to the Birds in Backyards or the relevant petitions or whatever. The anti-ratty poison petition is still out there and going. And
that's right. So,
sorry, Holly. I was just going to say, the graphic I've got up at the moment says 24,000 signatures. I think it's more than that because that's a long time ago that I grabbed that image. So if you care about owls and you care about all the other birds that eat stuff like rats and mice, go and sign the petition.
Absolutely. And we've got some great new resources coming out and a big week next week on rat poison. So I don't want to give too much away, but if people are interested to go and pop your name on that petition and you'll get all the information sent to you.
On that petition. There we go. thebirdemergency.com/YouTube. You can go and subscribe because I've got to get to 500 before I can unlock some groovy features on that to make it easier to do stuff there, to share stuff. And hey, buymeacoffee.com/birdemergency. I need a new camera for Photography Friday. There we are. That is what I will. I bought a new camera. I've shown it before, but I'll actually, as is my ethos, I didn't buy a new camera. I bought an old camera, a second-hand camera. I try not to buy anything new. But what I desperately need, and Naomi, you can back this up because of the buffering and all that kind of stuff. I don't know whether it's the internet or it's just the fact that my computer is a 9-year-old computer and it can't really do as efficiently all the things that I want it to do. So I need to upgrade my computer. So that's where, apart from paying for the hosting and the streaming service and it never ends. But if I can get a nice, a second-hand upgraded computer, then I could go to Kuala Lumpur and do a show with Darryl in the park, talking about the urban birds of Kuala Lumpur. Anyway, be using funds for, apart from website hosting and all that kind of stuff. But what was that address, Darryl? Can you see that?
Yeah. buymeacoffee.com/bird emergency. Sure.
There we go. I don't want to only be the only one pushing my own barrel. You can also go to thebirdemergency.com/coffee. Thanks, Darryl. Thanks, Holly. Right. This has been Monday with Holly. We'll be back in 2 weeks to talk about the State of the Environment Report. Have fun in KL.
Will do. Bye.
Cheers, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, did Holly and I keep talking? No, we didn't. There we go. We're gone. Okay, well, that's the first part of the show. It's time. What do we got? Yeah, thanks, Naomi. Oh, well, I always appreciate it when people do. It's always a nice surprise when I get a little notification that someone bought me a coffee. I appreciate it, and it's usually when I need to go and pay for something, or I've just paid for something, and yeah, it does make a difference because I do all this on the smell of an oily rag because I'm not running a day job somewhere else. So yeah. Now, if you want to stick around, that's great. It's time to make a coffee or fill up your water bottle or whatever. You grab a quick snack. Have I got a banner to say we'll be back soon? And I'll bring up the next one, which will be this tab, where we're going to talk about light pollution with the wonderful Ariel Heswell from New Zealand about light pollution. Ronnie, are you still with us? What do you think of the background I had in when I spoke to Ariel there? Can you see that? Royal albatrosses on, I think that was South Georgia Island, I believe. I think so. Courtesy of the wonderful Steph Burrell, who was episode 1 of the Bird Emergency podcast. I spoke with Steph all those years ago. Yeah, so that's great. So I am going to now go and I think I've got a... Yeah, there we go. Pop that up there. Oh, Naomi, no, you haven't missed Helmeted Honeyeaters. That's tomorrow. Somebody actually asked me, could I not do it Oh, hang on. No, it is today, isn't it? Let me see. What have I got on the thumbnail? What have I got on the thumbnail? See, when I'm pumping out more than one or two a week, it gets difficult. Let me have a look. Well, you tell me. Did I advertise Helmeted Honeyeaters today? I can easily do that. Oh yeah, I did. Why have I got? Bear with me. Oh, that's not the one I want. No, you're going to get Helmeted Honeyeaters. Just let me get to it. Ariel's tomorrow because it's to go with the Bird Strike episode. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to give you a heart attack. Yes, we are talking to Ainsley. That's where I've just gone A for Ainsley. Yes, it is Helmeted Honeyeaters. Hang on. We're still going to have a loo break. There we go. There we go. Stick around. Is that better? Does that make you happier? Does that make you happier, Naomi? Just. Oh, what have I got? Yeah, there we are. Good. Yes. All right. We'll pop that up. So yeah, a couple of minutes. Coffee and loo break. Oh, of course, I put Helmeted Honeyeater on the ticker. See, I'm just. I still haven't done everything, getting ready for tomorrow, and updated the live page, and so I'm just jumping ahead. Getting so efficient, I'm jumping ahead. All right, I am going to get probably a couple of carrots and a cup of coffee, and I'll change my backdrop too, and everything will be great. See you shortly. All right. Look, loo break done. Helmeted Honeyeater's coming up. When I can't remember exactly when I spoke to Ainsley, but it wasn't that long ago because I think this was episode 80 of the podcast. But it's a while ago. Where have we got? Oh, still everyone. YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. So that's great. Nice to have you all aboard. If you don't know me, I'm Grant. I'm a bird nerd. Oh, I should change my background, shouldn't I, for a new? What will we do this time? We're talking honeyeaters. So let's go. Let's go with a honeyeater. There we are, white-cheeked honeyeater on a Banksia there. That'd be nice. Okay, are we ready? Give me a thumbs up if you're back from your coffee break or getting your water. I've got my snack choice that I prefer. I'll have to mute the mic while I'm munching on it. Are we sitting comfortably, as Monty Python? Is that out of the meaning of life? Or no, that's off the Contractual Obligation album. That's where that line comes from. Just let me know. Thumbs up. Am I right to proceed? Right, Naomi. So you're ready. YouTube. I don't know. Is it one of it? Is it our regulars? Stan, are you there today? I don't know. Let me know. Are we right to proceed? Ronnie, Twitch. Are you right? I don't want you to. Well, it's probably not earth-shattering at the introduction. I can't remember what we did with. We probably had a little chit chat before we went live on this. So here we go. Ainsley Power-Walters, who is an artist as well as now she'd be a scientist as well. Just Ainsley and me talking helmeted honeyeaters. Who's supervising you? It's Kylie, isn't it?
No, I have two supervisors. So Mike McGrath, who's with Zoos Victoria, and Raoul Mulder, who's at Melbourne Uni.
And which faculty are you in? Are you in the old
Biosciences?
Yeah. So is that what used to be had forestry and the ag department and everything all merged into one? Is that the same?
I think recently there was a merger, but yeah, they were originally separate. Like it was zoology and botany, and but now they've merged into to one larger department.
Cool. So all the old ag colleges and Burnley and everything are all part of that faculty or that school. Is it a faculty? Is it a school? Is it a department?
So it's the Faculty of Science, and then within that there are different departments. So
okay, yeah. Phone's on silent too, by the way.
Yes,
that's what we have to make
got that on silent.
Good. Oh, look at this, 10:98.
It's like the old-fashioned countdown in the movie.
Exactly. G'day, bird nerds. I'm Grant. I'm a bird nerd. This is the Bird Emergency, and today I'm joined by Ainsley Power-Walters. And Ainsley is a student at Melbourne Uni at the moment, doing a master's, right, Ainsley?
Yes, doing a Masters of Science.
Yep. And her special subject, just imagine we were in a quiz show, special subject, helmeted honeyeaters. So, Ainsley, welcome. Thanks for coming into the bird emergency world.
Thanks for having me.
Tell us how, let's start with a bit of process. Apparently the pandemic's over. So how did trying to do a master's project at the tail end of the pandemic affect you being able to get any of your work done? Let's start there.
Yeah, well, there was certainly a lot of challenges. I actually started the master's the beginning of 2020, so it was right at the beginning, and so my whole master's project has been throughout it. But it actually, I probably wouldn't be doing my research on helmeted honeyeaters if it wasn't for the pandemic, because I was originally going to be studying black swans. And then it sort of changed into helmeted honeyeaters a little bit down the line because I had gone down the coast. And anyway, towards the second half of the project, though, I wasn't able to go out into the field to collect my data. So we did a little bit of data collection, but I was very lucky. There was someone on site out there who was able to collect my data for me. That was Nick. So yeah.
Can't let that go past. How did you swap from a project based on black swans to helmeted honeyeaters?
Well, that's a bit of a story in itself, but basically we had only really just started the project on swans. We had worked that out the year before, but yeah, when the pandemic came, all research with the universities was put on hold, with the exception of like critical research to do with the pandemic and medicine and stuff. So I basically hit the pause button on this degree, and I went down the coast. My family had a house down there, so this was Southwest Victoria. And when I was down there, I started volunteering in a local wildlife shelter called Mosswood Wildlife. And I just became really interested in the release process of birds in particular, like the rehabilitation and release and how they go post-release. So I was really interested in the monitoring side of how they go, like, you know, once they've been released back into the wild, are they going okay? And so I started reading up on it, like the literature, to see what was available in Australia in particular in relation to the Wildlife Care Network. And there really wasn't a lot of research in this field at all. And I was so fascinated by it that I went back to my supervisor role and I said, you know, I think I'd really love to do something looking at post-monitoring of birds once they've been released into the wild. And so then he introduced me to Michael McGrath, Zoos Victoria, who I spoke to. You know, we threw around some different ideas for a research project, and that's really how it happened. It was really good timing. Michael said, you know, they were planning the next release of the helmeted honeyeaters into a brand new reintroduction site, and I said, yeah, I really want to do something, you know, with this, and and that's really how it came about.
So the helmeted honeyeater was discovered white fella discovered in 1866. So I'm pretty sure there were some black fellas who knew that it was hanging around. And it was sort of, no great attention was paid to it, but it lived along that fringe of Western Port Bay in Victoria, down towards Phillip Island, where Woolamai, down to that Cape Woolamai area, if anyone knows it, Grantville, the Bass Coast nowadays. And its stronghold back then seemed to be around the Cooey Rup Swamp, which is the northeastern part, right? Yeah, northeastern part of Western Port. But then that was gradually drained, and that part of its range was subsumed for farming. There's not a lot of information about the bird until it was found at Woorayellik, near Yellingbo, at the edge, the eastern edge of the Dandenongs, in 1933. So there's a long time where it was just cruising around. And in 1947, they already had discovered that there were only about 100 birds left. So we're not talking about a long time of management, but from 1947 until 1965 was the time that it took for people to recognise that they needed to do something to protect the birds. And then the Yellingbo State Fauna Reserve was established, and it was established specifically to be a helmeted honeyeater sanctuary. So there's the broad part of the history. 2 years later, they did another survey, and they had counted about 200 birds. And then in 1971, the helmeted honeyeater was proclaimed the state fauna emblem in March 1971. Ainsley, how many are there now, do you estimate?
Well, the last census, which was done in March this year, I believe there was 100.
Excuse me, I'll just correct what I said with a mouthful of carrot. Not the state faunal emblem, because that was Leadbetter's possum. The state bird emblem, state avian emblem. So, just got to be right?
168 individuals in the wild.
And they would, I mean, this is supposition from me, but without that friends group being established, the local residents and the Yellingbo Reserve being established, do you reckon that we'd even be talking about helmeted honeyeaters now?
No, I mean, the Friends group have been incredibly important in the recovery of the species. I mean, there are a number of stakeholders involved in the recovery program of the helmeted honeyeater. So the Friends of the Helmeted Honeyeater, there's DELP, there's Zoos Victoria, Parks Victoria, and then, the universities that have been doing research with the birds as well. So it's been an amazing group effort since the inception of the recovery program, which was in 1989.
So we might talk about the recovery effort in more detail after we set up what your project is designed to do. So, let's run us through what the aim is of your project and what's the methodology.
Well, the purpose of my project is to really understand how different individuals that have been released into the new site use supplementary food post-release. So supplementary food has been playing a really important role in the recovery of the species. Back over in Yellingbo in 2012, 2013, they basically expanded the supplementary food program throughout Yellingbo. And at that point in 2012, 2013, there was a very low number of birds in the wild. So I think there's like 60 individuals. It went from 60 in 2013 to 190 in 2016. So just in 3 years, there was a huge jump. There were some other things going on as well. But the supplementary food has definitely made a big difference. So they use supplementary food also at the new release site. So in 2021, there was a new release site, a new reintroduction site that was established beyond Yellingbo. So this is a little bit past Warburton. It's in the Yarra Ranges National Park. And this is really the first site away from Yellingbo in about 10 years. And so they've set up supplementary food around that new site. There are 14 feed stations, and it's really to help the birds in the transition from captivity to the wild. So it can be quite a big transition for them. Some of the birds have come from captive breeding, and some of the birds have come from the wild population at Yellingbo. And the supplementary food is also designed to like encourage the wild birds to stay and establish at the new site because they're most likely to leave. So yeah, my research project is really designed to get a better understanding of how different individuals in that release group use the supplementary food post-release. So we're looking at, in particular, their visits to the feeders. So how often are different individuals coming to the feeders? How long are they staying there? Which feeders are they using? And then we're also looking at behavioral interactions of the birds at the feed stations and what kind of factors may influence the outcomes of those behavioral interactions, because some birds are a lot more dominant than others. And, you know, we want to see, well, why are some birds maybe using them more than others? Is it because they're from captivity? Is it because they're male or they're female? So, yeah, it's really to help us paint a picture of how dependent they are on the feeders as well, I suppose, and to help assist in future management of the birds when it comes to reducing supplementary food.
So I think there's two questions that need to be answered from that. What is being fed, and what does a feed station look like? Is it a tray or is it bottle feed with nectar? Tell us exactly what the birds are being fed and how it's distributed.
Okay, so the food is basically a commercial nectar mix, which they mix with water and they put out in little bowls. And every time they put out new food for the bowls, it's always in a clean bowl. So a lot of work goes into like cleaning the feeders as well to make sure, you know, it minimizes the risk of disease. The feeders themselves, if you imagine, like, I just sort of imagine like one of those really big post boxes. It's basically, I don't know how high, maybe like 5 feet. And it's sort of like this caged house. And the gaps between the bars are basically big enough for the birds to fit through, the helmeted honeyeaters to fit through, but it's protecting them also from predators while they're at the feed station. So it's like this little safe space for them to be at.
Okay, and at a feed site, like, is there just one feeder, or is there an area designated, let's say maybe as big as a footy oval, a cricket ground, with a number of feed stations within it?
Mm-hmm. There's just sort of one station per area. So they spread them out throughout the reintroduction site because what tends to happen, what has happened at Yellowingbow is that birds can make their territories around the feeders. So I think at Yellowingbow, I was told that it's like a breeding pair will make like one feeder their territory. And so that was another interesting thing, like looking at the videos of the birds over the last year, is that, you know, sometimes, some birds have decided to make certain feeders their territories, and they don't like other birds, or like some birds they allow there, some birds they don't. They're very funny.
So what were the geographical parameters of your research project? Like how many sites were you concerned with compared to how many sites are there overall, supplementary feeding sites?
What I'm concerned with is just the feeders at the new reintroduction site. So there's 14 feeders that are spaced across the whole site. I actually don't know how big the site is in total, but we did a bit of research also at Yellowingbow prior to this release on a couple of the feed stations there. There are many more at Yellowingbow, I believe. Yeah.
So how far is your site from Yellowingbow? As the crow flies.
I don't know what that means, but my site
in a straight line.
In a straight line. Okay. Yeah. Well, is about 50 k's, I think, from Yellowingbow. So it's like an hour and a bit, drive. It's a good distance, and it's amazing because I think one of the wild birds that was released at the new site actually found its way back to Yellowingbow.
Okay.
It wanted to go home. So.
Yeah. Well, that raises some other questions too, doesn't it? But
Oh
how,
yeah.
uh, let's stick with your site at the moment. Uh,
Mhm.
how is the monitoring done? Obviously, you're not there all the time, and obviously the Zoos Vic staff and the Department of Environment, Water, Land, and Cutting Up Trees department aren't there the whole time. So how is the monitoring of each feed station done?
Yeah, so basically we use GoPro cameras. I know that Zoos Victoria and Delp also use the camera traps as well. But for my project in particular, we decided on GoPros because they were just really good at focusing in on the bird's leg bands. So it was really important that I was able to see the colored leg bands on the birds, and I was able to zoom in close enough so I could identify them. So we used GoPros. We had a few GoPros, like 3 or 4 at a time, recording at the feed stations. And yeah, we would record for the life of the battery, so we weren't using external batteries. But yeah, so we would capture footage of the birds after they've been fed, and then yeah, that went on basically for about 5 months. So from the release in August 2021 through to December, we were filming them every week. And I have to say, that wasn't me. That was actually my colleague Nick, who is with Zoos Victoria. He very kindly collected all the footage for me because it was during the time of the very strict lockdown in Victoria. So I wasn't able to go out to the site most of the time.
Yeah.
So thank you,
So,
Nick.
so were the GoPros sighted inside the feeder structure inside the box, or were they mounted at a distance away and showing the birds coming in and out?
Exactly. They were mounted on posts. I think like maybe 1.5 meters or so back from the feeders, so that I could see. So the feeders are basically, I described them before, like the caged little house,
Yep.
and then they also have 2 perches coming out from each side, and often that's where the birds would first come when they arrive at the feeder. And so that was the perfect place for me to be able to zoom in. The light was good there, so I would zoom in and be able to see their leg bands. So we would make sure that that was all in that camera view.
How long does a GoPro battery last? Like,
That-
I'm guessing each visit, each time someone takes a data card and puts another one in, they're also swapping out a battery. So, how long does that last? Because they're not movement activated, right? You just you
They're
just
not.
go there, you swap out the
Yes.
card, you press go, and it's recording. So how long would that recording session last?
About 1.5 hours, so per session. So when you do that a few times a week over 5 months, that was like heaps of data. And in the end, we had plenty of data, and we have certainly enough, I should say, to be able to answer, what we want to look at. And yeah.
So you had to trawl through all of that data yourself?
I did. So it took me a long time, but it was so fascinating, because they're such incredible birds. They have these amazing behavior repertoire, which you really just get this amazing, insight into their lives. And that, one of the things that I love is that they all look exactly the same. It was hard for me to tell them apart other than their leg bands. Impossible. But they all recognize each other in an instant. Like, they know who is who, they know who their friends are, they know who their intruders are. So yeah, they're just incredible birds.
All right. So tell us what you learned. Not so much about in the parameters of the project, but what did you learn about the birds? What are they like?
So one of the big takeaways for me so far from going through the footage is that there's so much individuals. Like, they're unique individuals themselves. Like, you have the species, we have 2 groups of birds. We have the birds from captivity, we have the birds from the wild, like that have come from Yellingbo, but they really are so unique. And one of the loveliest things has been watching all of their behaviors. So they're very territorial birds, and they have quite an interesting behavior repertoire, which includes a lot of territorial behaviors, which come across as quite, I suppose, aggressive. But they also have some really lovely behaviors. One of those is called a corroboree. And basically what it is when they see their friends at the feed stations, they quiver their wings, they tilt their head back, and they make this really lovely vocalization. And it's basically like a greeting. Like that's what they do when they see their friends at the feed station. So, it's been really, really lovely to watch them.
And do they have a corresponding display for their enemies, or is it just basically chasing them out?
Nice. So yeah, that's it. That's one of them. They have a number of different defense behaviors or territorial behaviors, which it's sort of a scale. Like sometimes they use like maybe a light peck, and basically the birds will move to different parts of the feed station. And sometimes it's much more aggressive. So sometimes it is fully sometimes they dive, drive them out and chase them out. But sometimes they do tolerate them there, but they don't like them being around the food too much. So one of the things that we're looking at in the research project is the outcomes of those behavioral interactions. So I've been sort of scoring, what happens, if bird A is sitting at the feeder, bird B comes in and replaces it or tries to drive it away. What is the outcome of that behavior? Is bird A leaving, or is bird A staying at the feeder and just moving to a different spot?
So you said that they're almost impossible to tell apart. So that tells me there's not any sexual dimorphism, that males look like females. They're an equivalent size as well. But do males and females act differently?
Well, that's one of the things that we're interested in looking at. That's one of the factors that we're sort of going to be looking at in the results, like if they're using the feeders differently, if males are more dominant than the females. So far from what I've seen, it tends to be the males that are, I guess, more dominant birds. But yeah, it's a bit hard to know at this stage. We're still looking at our results, but yeah.
And feed stations are going to be like gold in a bushland environment for all of the nectar feeding birds. So are the helmeted honeyeaters, which for anyone who's not aware, because I didn't point it out at the start of the episode, helmeted honeyeater is a subspecies now of the yellow tufted honeyeater. So, but I would imagine that there are other honeyeaters living in the same area, and perhaps some larger ones like the little wattlebird or the red wattlebird. So, who's the king of the castle around these feed stations?
Well, actually, yeah. So I think at Yellingbo, they have seen some other species of birds at the feed stations. I think they've seen like rosellas poking their head through the bars to try and get the food. At the new site, I actually didn't see any other birds in the feed stations at all. There were birds that would drop, stop by, like they would stand on the top of the feeder and then keep going. But yeah, I didn't see any myself. I mean, I'm sure they're out there, but they've designed the feeders so that it does prevent larger species of birds from coming into the feeder. But yeah, sometimes apparently Yellingbo, the rosellas can poke their heads in, I've heard.
And there's no birds like silver eyes or anything hanging around? And are there seasonal... have you noticed, are there seasonal visitors coming through as well? Because the helmeted honeyeaters are residents, aren't they? They're not. They're not usually. Yeah. I don't think it's ever been described that they've been a, sort of nomadic or semi-migratory species, have they?
Yeah, no, the helmeted honeyeaters are sedentary birds, so they tend to stick around at the same spot. In terms of like other birds that are passing through, like seasonal, it's possible. Like if they probably are. I just haven't really seen any from the data, but Nick, who is out there every day, well, most days I think on site, like he's in the field, so he'd be able to get a better view of sort of what's happening around the feeders.
So, how big approximately do you know is a territory of a pair? Actually, I'm making an assumption. Do they pair up, or are they cooperative breeders?
They do pair up, yeah. So they do pair up, and they usually have 2 offspring. Excuse me. And from the last breeding season at the new site, I think there was one fledgling that came out of that first breeding season. So this breeding season is really one to watch. I think they're hoping to see more this time, so we'll have to see. In terms of the area, they do space the feeders a certain distance apart. I off the top of my head, I can't remember what that is, but it's big enough so that the territories don't overlap.
And have you mentioned that some of the previously released birds have found their way back to Yellingbo, but are you aware of any of the birds from the wild population have colonised the new site?
So the wild birds, prior to the release in 2021, the wild birds have mainly just been at Yellingbo. And as far as they're aware, they haven't really extended past Yellingbo. They tend just to stick around that area. And with the new group that was released in 2021, they did do a release this year as well. But the one that I was working on last year, they... so it was 2 groups. The captive birds, as far as I'm aware, have all stayed at that site. But some of the birds, I'm told, have left. And one of those individuals, I think at least one, found its way back to Yellingbo. So not sure, what happens to the other ones, but they do. I know my supervisor had put radio tracking devices on all of the individuals that had been released. So I think they're in the process of looking at, what their movements are around the site and where they go.
So there'd been an effort to establish a population at Bunyip State Park. Let me just see when that was.
Yeah, so that was 2001.
2001.
Yeah.
So if you're looking on the map near Tonnumbuck, Bunyip State Park, now that population was wiped out, wasn't it, with the 2004 fires?
So what happened there? I think it was those releases that were happening from 2001 in Bunyip State Park. It was during the time of the Millennium Drought. So I think the last census there, they had only recorded a few birds, and as far as anyone is aware, they're not. There's no more at Bunyip State Park. So the drought itself had quite a negative impact on the quality of the habitat. And in 2000, I think it was like 2012, I think they decided to scroll back the supplementary food by about 25%. So the birds there were also being supported by supplementary food. But when they rolled it back, that's when the population, I believe that's when the population declined. And they learned from that release that the habitat there wasn't actually strong enough or resilient enough to support the growing population of helmeted honeyeaters without the support of supplementary food. So that was a really interesting point as well around supplementary food. In terms of future management, it's like, how and when do you start to roll it back so that the birds, aren't actually affected? They're not, the population isn't affected, but they're also able to become a self-sustaining population. And that's really the ultimate goal.
Yeah, because after Tonnenbach, they then went in 2010 to a third site at Gembrook, and the results there were quite encouraging too. But then the drought meant that the creeks dried up, and what we need to sort of point out is that the habitat that the helmeted honeyeater prefers is reliant on a sort of mix of paperbark and eucalypt vegetation community that is reliant on the creeks, so that if the creeks dry up for an extended period, that alters that vegetation community, which then makes it less attractive to the birds, and they move on. They either move on or they die. I think
Absolutely.
that's the fair inference. So
Yeah.
do you think that, I mean, now that those parks exist, there was a consolidation of the public land that is suitable habitat for helmeted honeyeaters to be consolidated under sort of one management body. So do you think there is a possibility that if the numbers can be built up through a mix of captive breeding, and I want to ask you a bit more about that in a minute, and the wild populations that are now hanging on, do you think there's a possibility in the near or medium future to try and revisit some of those earlier sites, or have they been changed to an extent that they're probably not able to be considered?
It's a really good point. So the earlier sites, you mean revisit the Bunyip State Park?
And like Gembrook and
yeah. I think they have a plan to reestablish multiple populations of the birds within their former range. So I don't know exactly where all those sites are or where they're thinking about doing that. But yeah, certainly that's the bigger plan, and hopefully, all going well, they continue to make a good recovery.
Because of course the danger of fire never goes away. So having only one or two isolated and non-contiguous populations places them at risk of any fire event, and then of course we've got drought on top of that.
Absolutely.
And now I guess we have to think about the severity of the storms that we get in those localities now that might, you only need 2 or 3 large trees to fall to substantially alter the habitat if they're large enough.
Yeah, that's something I was thinking about recently, actually, just thinking about the Bunyip State Park introduction and the drought, and knowing, one of the keys was knowing the resilience of the site that you're going to be releasing the animals into, whether it's birds or whatever animal you're reintroducing. And I imagine that's sort of difficult to know to an extent, with climate change and with all these extreme weather events that we're having. But yeah, it's definitely something that is, it's a challenge, and luckily, with helmeted honeyeaters, we can support them with supplementary food, and it does seem to be really helping them.
What are the key vegetation species that have to be present for, or is there a particular vegetation community that needs to be present for the helmeted honeyeater to be successful?
Yeah, so they prefer swamp forests that are dominated by manna gum. So I think also manna gum, swamp gum, and they need really good mid-story habitat as well for their breeding. So like tea tree, and yeah, they're nectivores, so they feed on nectar, but also like lerps and manna, and during the warmer months they do feed on insects as well.
Are they good at catching insects on the wing?
What's that, sorry?
Are they good at catching insects on the wing? I don't know how much of a bird nerd you are, but I love watching the wattlebirds when they're catching insects on the wing. They're amazing in the air.
Yeah, I know. I take my dogs actually to the yelling bow, and I see the swallows, flying around catching them. It's like, God, that's incredible. Like, so I don't know with the helmeted honeyeaters, like if they do it flying, but yeah.
So, are you a certified bird nerd now?
I think so. How do you get certified? I'm not really sure.
Well, maybe you just get certifiable. But
yeah, I mean, I love them. I love birds, and I love watching them and listening to them in particular. So yeah, definitely, bird lover for sure.
Oh, well, one way to find out is I can ask you, what's your favourite bird book? Like, what do you take with you when you're out looking at birds?
Bird book. I don't actually have one. Isn't that true?
Well, there we go.
Maybe I'm not a bird nerd.
No, not yet. Not yet.
I thought you were going to say, what's your favourite bird? I'm like, okay, I can answer that one. But yeah, bird book, I don't know. But speaking of bird books, sorry, you go.
Well, you can answer that. What is your favourite bird?
Well, I don't know if I have a favourite bird, but well, my mom's favourite bird was actually the yellow-tailed black cockatoo, and so that has sort of always been a really special bird for me. I actually saw a whole flock of them this morning. I hardly ever see them because I live in a city, Melbourne, and it was really, really special to see them this morning for sure.
So you saw the flock that moved through and visit Royal Park every now and then, did you?
Yeah, so they were moving. Sometimes I do see them in Yarraband, but yeah, they were moving through.
Yeah, they move along the Yarra and along some of the creek systems. So, yeah, they're around. I thought you might have said black swan.
They're a beautiful bird as well. They're so beautiful and elegant. Yeah, we're lucky. We've got so many wonderful birds here.
No doubt. Well, let's get back to what's your gut feeling about what you have. I'm seeing some buffering. Let me know if you guys are hearing me and the feed's all right. This is yeah, I'm seeing I've got a little meter going telling me about my internet, and it seems to be pretty crappy at the moment. So I'll just let that run again. Let me know if it's hanging or anything, and I can wait and see how it goes. Looks okay to me, but I don't know what's happening when it goes down the interweb pipes. Learned so far from your observations and analysing all those countless. You must have nearly 1,000 hours, I guess, of footage that you've trawled through. Thanks, Naomi.
Yeah, I definitely, have an idea of like which individuals in the release group are more dominant birds. There's one bird in particular who has been involved without a doubt, but without even telling it off. He's been involved in like the majority of the interactions, the behavioral interactions. He's a very, very territorial bird, and he's basically claimed one of the feeders. But he has this clique, so he allows different individuals there and some not. But yeah, like dominant bird that I just spoke about, he is actually.
I'm seeing some buffering again at this end. I think there's something going on with my... Might be a lead. I don't know. Okay, let's give it another go.
From captivity, from the captive breeding. So it is a bit tricky to know at this stage. And one of the wild birds that are there as well, he's very, very chilled out bird, and he's stuck around. So it's been a real surprise to me, I think, some of the things that I've seen so far. And yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to seeing, how all the individuals tally up, really, how they're all going. And I think, another thing is some of the birds aren't accessing the food as much as the more dominant birds. And so a question then is, are they then getting wild food, or are they going to other feeders to feed? Because if they're not accessing the food as much as the more dominant birds, and they're still persisting in the population, well, that's a really good sign anyway.
Absolutely. I think I read that the longest lived bird recorded was about 16 years, and that about 6 years is an average lifespan for the birds that have been studied since the 80s or 90s. So, how has there been much mixing in terms of the pair bonding between wild birds and captive bred birds? Like, once there's a release, do they form two gangs, or do they mix up and split out? And what do you know so far?
That question that you just asked me, that's one of the questions I've been so fascinated by as well. And yeah, at this stage, I don't really know, but from looking at the videos so far, it seems that it's a real mix. Like sometimes there's this one clique of maybe like 5 or 6 birds that tend to all stick together, but there does appear to be a hierarchy within that group. So there is that really dominant bird, and then there is the the less dominant birds. And then there are also lone rangers. So there are birds that will only visit, feeders on their own, or they will only come to the feeder once the more dominant birds have left. And then there are other birds I've seen also that work together in pairs to drive off intruders from the feeders. So it does appear so far like to be a real mix of groups and of pairs. But something still to figure out.
And is there any indication if they are forming sort of a loose family group, uncles, aunties, cousins hanging out together, or I mean, well, yeah, I just wonder. I mean, I was watching this morning. I was watching a group of magpies, and it looked like this morning was the morning where Mum and Dad magpie were actually ousting last year's offspring out of the territory. They've let them hang around, and now they're throwing them out. It was pretty brutal. So I wonder whether what the helmeted honeyeaters are doing. I mean, what's their I mean, they pair off, but is there any cooperation with previous year's broods?
That's a good question. I'm actually not sure. I know from Yelling Brew, Bruce, who's one of the scientists there, he's with DELP, and he's been working on the program for a long time, and he knows all the individuals. He did say that there are like families that do exist around the feed stations, and with the new release group, though, most of the birds that were released were first year birds, so and a mix of male and female birds, although there were some older ones in that first release group as well that had come from captivity. So yeah, it's sort of, they're all sort of out there together, like, it's all very new, and hopefully they do start to pair up.
What can you tell us about the captive breeding program, Ainsley? Like, approximately how many birds are involved, and is is there like a regular production line of how many offspring that they can expect each year? Like, have they got it down to such a fine art yet that they can sort of budget, for want of a better term, budget for some viable offspring to release each year?
Yeah, I think it does vary from year to year, from what I've heard from my supervisor. I actually really would have loved to go into the captive breeding program earlier on in my research, but just because of the lockdowns, I wasn't able to. But I think it does depend, like the releases that they do annually, which they've been doing annually since the 90s. It depends on how many offspring that they have from that previous breeding season. And from what I've heard, it does vary. I'm not sure as to why it does vary, but yeah.
Well, I guess there's good years and bad years, and sometimes I imagine honey eaters have the equivalent of "not tonight, dear, I've got a headache." So
Yeah, that's right.
and I guess there's all those questions too about how long is the average, vigorous breeding lifespan of a pair, and maybe that might be different for male and female birds. I guess there's so much that they're unlocking in that program. Wouldn't it be great to go there and check it out and do an interview on site? What a great idea.
For sure, it would be. Yeah, I know. I don't know.
You've been and had a look at the breeding program, though, haven't you?
I haven't actually technically been there. Well, I mean, yeah,
technically.
Hillsville have, but not. I haven't been into to see the birds that are in the captive breeding, but we would have liked to do some filming in there, like prior to the release of the birds, just to get an idea of the individuals and those behavior changes over time. I think that was something that we were quite keen to do. To see how their behavior or how their use of food changes over time. So that's another thing, that we're keen to look at. But who knows? Next time, perhaps I might continue on studying helmeted honeyeaters post this degree.
Well, that was going to be my next question. I'm assuming that you will be finishing up the master's project this year, at the end of this year. Is that right?
It's going to be middle of next year, actually.
Middle of next year.
Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah.
And so have you been thinking about extending the study into maybe a PhD project into the future?
Yeah. I would really love to do that next year. I'm not sure, whether I'll continue on with the same species or maybe, look at something else. I'm not sure yet. But that's definitely on the radar and something to think about for sure.
Now, if you don't pursue it, I mean, I'm not asking you to make life decisions here on the show, Ainsley, but if you don't pursue it, is the project set up in a way that someone else could come in and pick it up and go on with it as well, supporting the work of the Zoos Vic and the department?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So, my research project will hopefully have, a contribution to what they know and help in future management. And it will definitely, there's I'm sure there would be definitely opportunities to continue research with helmeted honeyeaters and the recovery program.
So, tell me what the what's the most surprising thing that you've learnt? Not so much about the birds, but about the cooperation of the stakeholders, be it a couple of government bodies and then some volunteers and whatnot. So tell me what you've learned about that that nexus and that network.
Well, yes, I've met some people from DELB, so from the government department, and my supervisor Michael is with Zoos Victoria, and it's been a dream come true, really. I mean, in terms of the cooperation, it's really amazing. Like everyone that I've met, it has been so lovely. Some people have dedicated their entire lives and careers to the recovery program, to the birds. Like Bruce, who's with DELB, like I don't know how many years. I think he told me, but he's been on it for many years, dedicated like to to all the individuals and in the wild. And I think that's really been I don't know if I'd say surprising, but it's certainly been so lovely to see it and to see the success that they've had because of that, the coming together of all the different stakeholders and groups and the community as well.
I'm glad you brought that point up, because part of the story I always try and tell, and I don't know if I do it well enough, but apart from the researchers who are gathering information, and you're joining that that group, is that a lot of people really they just for the love or for the interest and the commitment to the survival of a species, they give up career options and whatnot to stay working with the species and to ensure continuity of care, for want of a better title, but that the reservoir of knowledge is continuous, so that the benefits of those people who are familiar with the species continue to be applied, year after year after year after year. A lot of times working with a species requires you to forego some other career aspirations, because if you're working at a reserve, might only be budgeted for two positions that are only a medium way up the scale. So if you want to keep working with that bird, your career advancement stops, and that's the sacrifice that people make for conservation.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right, and also just the emotional investment that they would have with the birds as well, and seeing the journey that they've been on since they started. Like I can imagine, like people become very just very dedicated to it, to the recovery, and wanting to go all the way and see them become a self-sustaining population, so that hopefully one day they will.
Conservation heroes, Ainsley. Conservation heroes, in my view.
They are, yeah.
Now, I wanted to draw attention to the hat that you're wearing. Tell us about that. Tell us about the hat.
So this hat is got a Helmeted Honeyeater on it. Hopefully you can see. And I got it from the Friends of the Helmeted Honeyeater website. They're from the online store. So yeah, I love it. I wear this every day. They've got lots of different products on there. So feel free to have a look on their website and check it out.
Now, it's a cool design, podcast listeners. It's like a Greg Chappell floppy cricket hat with a Helmeted Honeyeater on the front. It's a beauty. Now, helmetedhoneyeater.org.au is where you can go to get that. Now, I just want to talk a little bit about the Friends group. Actually, one particular aspect. They do have the shop, and you can get tote bags and all other kind of Helmeted Honeyeater merch. But let me get into the nursery. Just waiting for it to.
They also have like a tab that if you feel like if you want to get involved, there's a get involved tab, and there's lots of different ways to get involved in the recovery program. So yeah, feel free to check it out on their website.
Yep. But if you live in that eastern part of Melbourne, or on the what is it, the eastern fringes of Western Port, you can actually go to the plant nursery run by the Friends, and you can buy Helmeted Honeyeater friendly plants. So I wanted to make sure people knew that you can do that. And look, we might even do a Habitat Gardening with Grant episode more about those plants, and maybe talk to someone from the nursery. But it's it's one of the ways that there can be a positive benefit for the community from the conservation work to protect a particular species. So the community can order or buy the plants, and if you're in that area, you can turn your street into potentially a Helmeted Honeyeater thoroughfare. They can, to get from one patch to another. We have to think about how we can help them in a time where there might be more and more dangers from fires and whatnot. I know they're a long way apart, but wouldn't it be great if there were islands? There were these islands of suitable habitat that had been, just cropping up in all the neighbours. 4 neighbours get together and plant enough plants to make it a good stop-off spot. So,
absolutely.
Anyway,
I feel like we're overall, we're heading in a really good direction. I mean, obviously there are some still, challenges along the way, and I mean, there are some, the state level, like native forest logging and things like that. But I really hope that, overall it's heading in a good direction, and that we can, have better environmental laws as well that can protect their habitat.
Oh yeah, I can't resist the urge to say, yes, better environmental laws. We have a state election in Victoria in November, so a vote for the Helmeted Honeyeater would probably mean that you don't be part of the cheer squad, but that you exert pressure with your vote strategically. So that's about as far as I'll push it with that one. Don't want to get anyone from the department or zoos in trouble, but yeah, there's a significant opportunity to exert some pressure to retain habitat at this next election. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, there is, for sure.
Yeah. So Ainsley, just want to extend that point that you kind of made then. With your interactions with the staff that are working with the Honeyeater, you're optimistic, are you, that it's all trending in the right direction, and that the population can perhaps increase and at the very least stay stable?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's heading in a really good direction. There is like I mentioned before, there's a bigger plan to create multiple reintroduction sites for the birds, so that hopefully eventually there will be, within the Helmeted Honeyeaters former range, there will be more reintroduction sites, and that will then protect them hopefully from being, if there were fires to come through, they'll be protected from that. And just overall, I think my gut feel is that there's a lot more awareness around conservation and the threats to biodiversity. At the moment, I think it's heading in a good direction. That's my gut feel anyway. I mean, I've met so many wonderful people through this program so far that have, doing so many good things that, yeah, it's hard not to feel optimistic.
Well, that's really encouraging, because so often I speak to people who are doing fantastic work, but that the sense of echo grief just doesn't go away. So hopefully it is a positive story. So can we move away from helmeted honeyeaters for just a minute, even though this will be a bit helmeted honeyeater? Look at this, everybody. Can you see this? This is Ainsley's artwork. This is what are we seeing on screen, Ainsley? Describe it for the podcast listeners.
So this is one of my paintings of a helmeted honeyeater. It's an oil painting on masonite, and I'm an artist as well. So I've actually been working as an artist for many years and continue to do so. And I love painting birds as well. So that's what we're seeing right now.
Right. Well, tell us about your your life as an artist. Where did that begin? Like, when did you realise that you were an art kid?
Well, I don't know if I ever realized it. It's something that I just kind of fell into, really. I had done my science degree, and then at the end of the degree, I had an opportunity to illustrate some children's books. And, I had done it myself, like through my degree, just as a hobby. It wasn't anything serious, but, this opportunity came up to illustrate children's books, and it was really lovely. I was doing a lot of stories that were sort of set in the old Melbourne, I suppose, and I was painting sort of a lot of heritage places and heritage buildings, and I just really developed this love of painting that subject matter, and so after I did that for about 5 years, and then I decided to go off and do my own stuff and have exhibitions, and that's what I've been doing ever since. So and then obviously back at uni as well. So it has been an interesting journey, but I've loved having the two things, outlets, I suppose.
So the painting we looked at was an oil painting, but I have to ask, when did you get your 72 Derwent pencil set? How early in life was that, Ainsley?
Oh, gosh, I did get one at one point.
Of course you did, didn't we all?
Yeah, I'm sure I did have one. I when I was doing the illustrations for kids' books, I was using watercolor and gouache. Mainly gouache is beautiful water-based paint, and then I decided to move into oils, and I mean they're all great paints. So nowadays I mainly use oil in my work.
And have you extended yourself any further, like doing lino cuts or working with charcoal, or are you pretty much sticking with paints?
Yeah, sometimes I try to go back to gouache just recently. I mean, charcoal, yeah, so sometimes I do feel like branching out. I haven't gone into lino, I have to say, but maybe ceramics. I think that would be something that I would love to do one day. Ceramics is really beautiful. But for now, I feel like the painting is probably, enough.
Well, I'm not going to stretch credibility any further and take my art interviewing any further than that. But I wonder if you are thinking about sort of combining your interest in conservation and science with your art in the future.
Yeah, it's a really good question. It's something that I've thought about, and I think about ways to maybe do that. In particular, around raising awareness. I think that's such an important part of conservation and the work that we're doing. How can I use my art to raise awareness for the story of the helmeted honeyeater or for their habitat that they rely on? I think that's something that it's a question that I ask myself quite a bit, and hopefully not too far away. I'd like to focus more on that.
I can't help myself with having a dig about awareness. I'm just looking at the the Friends website, and I can't see anything about a bake-off or anything there. So I'll just.
Do you know what I thought? Do you know what I thought recently? Well, I said this to my supervisor maybe a year ago, is that, I don't know if you're into footy. I go for Richmond Football Club. I'm a big Tiger supporter. See, if you look at a picture of the Helmeted Honeyeater, they look like they're wearing the inverted Richmond jumper on their head. Like it's like it's the stripe. It would be a great opportunity to like get involved in the club and maybe, so I actually tried to a little while ago, but it wasn't a good time for Richmond. So I might have to try again, hopefully, because I think it would be a great collaboration.
Let me just pull something up. Probably, I don't know if this will make it into the podcast, but for the live audience, and hello live audience, if you've got a question, feel free to put it. I've just got to find the. Gee, it's a fair way back, isn't it, from where I was talking. Gee, where is it? Don't tell me how to find it, or maybe it was in an email, not in the. When we did the episode on the southern dotterel, the New Zealand dotterel, which is extremely critically endangered, down to the sort of 50 kind of number. I am just looking a little bit further. Can't find it. We were talking about it. It's from the deep south of the southern island of New Zealand, and the local rugby team is called the Stags. Right now, that's a male deer, right? It's an invasive pest in New Zealand. So I just said, "Oh, wouldn't it be? Why don't they adopt?" I'm just going to let that try and catch up. I can see that it's buffering. It was buffering on my screen. So I'm hoping it wasn't too bad for you. So we're back. I'll just let it run now. I really have. The internet here is terrible, and because I'm in a unit, I can't even upgrade. I can't request fibre to the premises, so I'm pretty well stuck with it. Thanks, Malcolm. Oh, and by the way, the Victorian people did exercise a strategic vote for the environment, meaning that the government can't get anything passed without the Greens voting for it here in Victoria in the upper house. So that's good news. Is called the Stags. Right now, that's a male deer, right? It's an invasive pest in New Zealand. So I just said, "Oh, would." Anyway, one of the people who was listening did it again. I hope it's caught up. Sent me a message, which I'm trying to find to read out, but I can't. Oh, actually, here it is. I think. No, that's not the email. That was sorry. But they said they contacted the people at the Stags, and they had a meeting, and they're contemplating dropping the Stags, or maybe they're going to have a dotterel round or something. I don't know, but they took their suggestion on, and maybe they'll be trying to use one of the regional teams, which is a national team, like the Queensland Bulls or the Victorian whatevers, the Bush Rangers in the cricket or whatever, and making it an endemic, indigenous, critically endangered species rather than invasive species, which has been borrowed from the legacy of the Scottish Highlands or something in New Zealand. So
That's great. So they are actually thinking about changing it.
apparently they've had a meeting and they're talking about it. I don't know whether it's changing it or whatever, but that they took the meeting and took it on board that it's happened again. Really not. I don't know what I can do. We'll let this run a little while, and then I might. Thanks, Naomi. I can. It stopped here. I did see it buffer. We'll let it let it run a little bit longer, and then I might have to pull the pin if it keeps going, and hope that whatever's going on in the neighbourhood stops. I just wonder whether it's because everyone's home. No one is. Everyone who lives in this group of units and my neighbours, and there's units up and down the street. Everyone's home watching, streaming, I guess. Whereas normally when I do this, everyone's out at work or the kids are at school or whatever. So, but let's give it another crack. And if it's no good, well then we're basically getting to the end of the interview with Ainsley anyway. So, a really special bird that is only found in their little neck of the woods. So
yeah. Great idea. I mean, I feel like there is this movement towards more awareness and to these sort of things happening. I think the AFL actually, in Australia, like we brought in, I think it's like an environment round or a green round or something to raise awareness for the environment in Australia.
Or greenwashing round, perhaps. I don't know. I don't know how much good having some naming a round or something without actually making political statements about change. Just let's all feel good, but not actually advancing particular policies is too good. But I would like to see perhaps a football team that calls itself the Cats become the Swift Parrots or the Quolls. I'd be all for that.
I think we did just recently do that. I have to double check that, but
I think sometimes, I think the AFL should perhaps concentrate on getting a few other things in line before they start trying to spread their wings. I mean, to me, that would be the ultimate bloody greenwashing. The AFL trying to talk about how they're great environmental citizens while they're flying up and down all over the country. Chartering private jets to move pampered footy players around. No, I'm not going to wear. I'm not going to wear that. I think it's nice that the sentiment is there, but I reckon it would be better if they all just said, from now on, we're only flying on normal consumer flights that everyone else can take, rather than chartering special aircraft. But
I thought they did. Maybe I didn't realize.
No. They still charter flights when because no one wants to catch the red eye from Perth, or to Perth or whatever. So anyway, don't want to bag the AFL too much. Can't pies. I mean that's kind of often where they'll latch onto something, a big. I mean, I'm not having a real bash at footy here, but organisations will latch onto something which they think is will make them look good without being really committed to it. And to me, that's just great.
Yeah.
If the commitment is real, like Erigard borrowing the orange-bellied parrot and Botanica with all those native flowers in their ad where they were talking about how they're saving species, and then most of the flowers are grevillea cultivars and things like that, which don't need saving. I mean, there was no communication in that whole campaign about how to actually assist the plant species which are at risk due to land clearing. I don't know how 0.00004 cents of of the purchase price of a bottle of skin lotion is actually helping, but anyway, that's just grumpy Grant. I've just been seeing this bullshit for years. I think the dolphin-friendly tuna campaign that happened with Green Seas and brands like that, I think that actually worked. I think that was positive. I haven't seen any evidence that that was just greenwashing. But so often, so much of this stuff is just virtue signalling, greenwashing bullshit, and I just wish people would not only not fall for it, but call it out, because nobody ever calls it out. It's like footy clubs who. Oh no, I'm not going to go there with footy clubs. I just think generally it's evident everywhere. Naomi, yes, I have, and pretty much as a result, and also the conversations I've had with people about seabirds, bycatch. When we did the very early on the episode about Hook Pod, talking to Steph Burrell and the Adrift Lab team, all the people I've spoken to about albatrosses and petrels. I don't buy fish pretty much now. I don't buy shellfish. Even farmed, anything farmed, I have a good look at where it's from. So I just don't eat any of this stuff anymore. Naomi, I'm glad you brought that up. I looked into it, and I could find some fisheries that are still not dolphin safe, but I could find some where they've changed their methodology, and they're the ones that get badged. But again, we are so far away from having honest discussions about what food production means in for environmental damage everywhere. And it's so expensive for people to try and make a change. So until we make, and plastic is another part of the problem, until we actually make it financially a disadvantage for consumers to make bad choices and advantageous for consumers to make good choices, we can't have a consumer-led change. And I don't think it's the responsibility of you and me as individuals to change the world. You know, the three richest men in the world dominate, 94% or something of the, I think it's slightly less, of the entire cash resources of the world. Whose responsibility is it to change the world? People who are getting by on $20,000 a year? No, I mean there's so much. There's just so much bullshit. I'm tired of it. Completely tired of it. I don't think it's Naomi's job or my job to change the fucking world. Excuse me. Now, if I ever get monetized, now I'll get demonetized. I've got to stop saying certain words. I really have to. But I mean, look, Naomi, you've heard me go on about this stuff so often. I just hate the consumer's reward. And look, Naomi, you're a very aware person, but you and Ainsley's doing a Master of Science now. You would say is aware of the issues, but she's supports football, supports Richmond. I support Collingwood. But Ainsley thinks it's good that the AFL wants to have an environment round. No, I'd rather they were just absolutely fair and reasonable to their players. That would be where I would like them to start, because that's what they can actually change. You know, I'd like the government to do something about the environment, because they're the people who can actually do it. Anyway, whinge.
Yeah. It needs to come from the heart. I totally get what you mean. I feel like, I don't know, would there be benefits for those sort of collaborations or relationships? I'm not sure.
I think it's worthwhile exploring, but then you have to look at the history. When they get Indigenous relationships right within footy clubs, well, then I'll start giving a shit about the Indigenous jumpers. I'd rather they just stop effing over the the Indigenous players at their club before they start going, look how much we care.
Yeah,
that's that's only that's my point. But then I'm just a grumpy old man nowadays, Ainsley. So nothing makes me happy. Nothing makes me happy until all the numbers are going up, right? I'm not interested in trumpeting some program that continues to see a population decline year on year. That's not a success in my view, and neither is it if there isn't more habitat next year than there was last year.
Yeah.
If we haven't got more, we've got less. That's a failure. So, yeah. But re-veg. Actually, just quickly, how are the re-veg efforts going in the sites that you're familiar with? Like, are they ongoing, or are they special projects that need special funding once in a while?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure about how the restoration projects are going within Yellingbo, but I believe that they do happen. I'm just not sure. Yeah, where that's at. Sorry.
No, that was one I just sprung on you. Just thinking about it. I'll definitely try and speak to some people. Maybe you can hook me up, because no one from Zoos Victoria ever wants to talk to me. So
oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know why. Well, actually, I probably do know why, but
okay.
But we'll have to see if I can maybe speak to someone from the department, or certainly I'll reach out to the friends groups, because I think we should we should from time to time revisit the sort of recovery operations and see how they've changed, how they've adapted, and it's certainly Helmeted Honeyeater looks to me to be a success, because there were 50, right, and now there's a lot more than 50, and they're in a lot more than one or two places, which is good, and there is a viable population being maintained in captivity, so that's a lot better off than we were 30 years ago. So
yeah. Absolutely, it's so wonderful to see the progress, and when things aren't going right, it's just about asking the questions. Okay, well, why not, and what can we do? What can we try to help them in new ways?
That's right, and in any sort of whether it's a release program or just a breeding program, it's not always. It's not going to be a win every time. You're going to do things wrong sometimes, but at least if you if you know what went wrong and you can learn from it and you can refine it, well, that's positive.
Definitely,
But,
yeah.
yeah, but people need to know what's going on and how their dollars are being spent and what the positive actions are. So
Yeah.
great, Ainsley. Is there anything else you want to tell us about what's going on? Like the timeline is to finish middle of next year. You're on track.
There is. I'm on track, pretty much, and yeah, we're at a really exciting stage of the results and seeing how it all unfolds. So yeah, thank you so much for having me on. It was a pleasure.
Well, tell people where they can follow your art career. Can people
Sure.
commission you? Can people commission you for a helmeted honeyeater?
Yeah, I do take commissions. I'm taking commissions at the moment up to Christmas. So if you're on social media, my main social media is Instagram, which is Ainsley Power. And I also have my website, which is AinsleyWalters.com. So I have prints available and original paintings. And paintings are also available at the Brunswick Street Gallery in Fitzroy.
Cool. Well, there you go. There's some good things to add to your shopping list. Some Ainsley Power-Walters art, and maybe a helmeted honeyeater hat or a tote bag at the same time.
For sure.
And a mixed dozen of Indigenous seedlings from the Friends of the Helmeted Honeyeater Nursery. What more could you want?
Yeah, for sure. Coming up to Christmas, why not?
Well, best wishes with the rest of the fieldwork. I'm guessing you've still got you'll still be collecting a little bit more, as well as going through countless hours of footage.
Well, I think we're pretty much done with the field work. I think maybe a little bit more, but we'll have to see. But yeah.
I look forward to the children's book about Harriet the Helmeted Honeyeater or something.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think there might be a children's book already on the Helmeted Honeyeater website. So yeah,
but not one illustrated by you though, Ainsley.
Well, no, not yet. Maybe that will come up in the future. Who knows?
Maybe Sarah Ferguson could write the story.
I'm sure.
All right, and of course, I don't mean Sarah Ferguson, the hard-hitting journalist. I mean the Sarah Ferguson from Budgie the Helicopter or whatever it was called. What was her book called? You know who I'm talking about, or are you too young to even know who I'm taking the piss out of?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm afraid.
Sarah Ferguson, the red-headed former princess of York.
Betty, yeah.
Oh, gee, I'm really showing my age today, people.
I do know. Yeah, she's got the two girls. I know. Okay, I know who you're talking about now.
and world-renowned children's author from Budgie the Helicopter. You remember that?
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Oh, no, that's how she managed to stay afloat, by writing children's books. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, look, link in the description, folks. I'll have to put a link to Amazon or wherever she's flogging that book in the description.
I'll have to check it out.
No doubt. I can't believe you didn't have Budgie the hell. I'm pretty sure it was Budgie. Maybe.
What was that like? What year was it? Like the 90s or something? 80s, 90s?
Hang on, folks. Hang on. Let me. Budgie the Helicopter.
Of course, I have to find the link.
Budgie the Little Helicopter. It's even been made into a TV series. Oh no, I've said it was Fergie, but it wasn't. It was. Oh no, yes it was. Yes it was. The TV series was written by Brian Truman, but here we go. Budgie the Little Helicopter, British animated television series. The characters were based on the books by Sarah Ferguson, Duchess of York. Now, the original release of the TV series was in September 19 1996. January 1994 through to September 1996. So there we go. She must have written them in the early 90s, I'm guessing. So there we go. Well, you're probably forgiven for not knowing about that because you're not as old as me. But that was, I'm sure that was there. The characters were Budgie, Mrs. Kitchen, Lionel the Aircraft, Ben Kitchen, and more. Well, there we go. Amazing.
I will have to look that one up for sure.
Well, I hope you've learnt something, audience. Actually, here's the last chance. If you've got a question for Ainsley about helmeted honeyeaters or anything else, now's your chance before we wrap up. Let's count it down. I'm not seeing anyone jumping in. That means I've asked all the right questions, Ainsley. That's all that can mean. If no one's making any contribution, I've done my job adequately. So.
You have. Thank you so much. It was lovely to chat about it, and yeah, we'll have to I'll keep you updated for sure.
I would like that. I will definitely like to keep people updated. I love the Helmeted Honeyeater. I was obsessed with it as a kid. So
I've got to start using my Twitter account. I actually, because I know that's how you came across my my research. I find I just haven't really got into that Twitter world. I don't know. I find it a little bit. It's amazing. I find it a bit overwhelming sometimes. So I will have to start using it and posting more about my research on there for sure.
Well, if you don't want to, you can always send me something, and I'll put it out there, and
okay, thank you.
And keep checking out the hashtag First Seen and Heard on the Bird Emergency Instagram, and you can tell me what's going on Insta, and I can share it there. I think you're the Instagram giant. I think I'm a minnow on Instagram.
Oh, am I? I don't know if I am. I don't think so.
I think
I've been on there for a little while though.
Cool. All right. Thanks, Ainsley. Thanks everyone for watching, and see you next time on the Bird Emergency. What is next? Saturday night, 8:30 p.m. Saturday night. Citizen Science Update with Michelle Neal from the Australian Citizen Science Association, and then Sunday sessions with Rob Ashworth, and then Monday Holly's back. Monday with Holly, with Dr. Nick and Lucy talking about the urban powerful owls in Brisbane, and of course Monday the 17th, it's the start of Bird Week and the beginning of the Great Aussie Bird Count. So it's all birds all the time, Ainsley, on the Bird Emergency.
Very exciting.
See you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you.
Well, there we go. Stop sharing. I don't need to share that anymore. There we are. Maybe the buffering will stop now. Thanks for that, Naomi. I really enjoy talking to all those people, and that's probably why the interviews are sort of good by accident, because I don't have to think hard about the questions because it's the stuff I'm interested in. I'm going to try real hard to get better at the interviewing, and streaming's hard work. Talking all the time is hard work. Coming into, like, when we kick off this year, I'm going to be doing many more interviews, but quite a few of them I will be holding back for membership program. So it'll probably be available in 3 places: on Patreon, on Buy Me a Coffee, and probably also on the Bird Emergency website. So I'll probably set it so that everyone who is a member gets the same privileges at the same level. So that's just so you can know, because I'm a long, long way. Well, I'm back. I'm back for me. Now, I want to go back to that point that you put, Naomi. I'll just put it up about the zoo. I held this back. Now, I think that's buffering. Oh, no. Come on, show. Something's. Well, I'm back. I don't know if I don't know how much of that you got. There we go. It's working again. I couldn't put that up, and then I got thrown out. Naomi, I will mention what I think is going on with the zoos. When I reach out to the zoos, I get told I have to speak to the PR department or the comms teams, and the comms teams aren't the scientists or aren't the researchers. And the format of my show is a long show, and I want to know stuff. I don't want to hear that, oh, we just released something and it's great and everything's good and everyone's doing a wonderful job. I don't want a 5-minute fluff piece or a 15-minute fluff piece, which is what they generally get, because well, they just generally do. Now, I don't want to be negative about zoos, but I want to ask them, how much does it cost? What went wrong? What went right? What are the challenges? What do we need to do more? But those are questions they don't want to say. They don't want to talk about. So I think that's why. I think that's why. Or it could just be that they think I'm a dickhead and a bastard. Equally valid, equally valid if that's their thing. I don't know. Gee, I must have had a buffer issue or something with the computer, because as soon as I was out of the studio and back, everything's right again. So I hope you got all of that happening in the yeah. Oh, that good point, Naomi. Yeah, what I would say to you, you're watching, every time you see one of those little snippets on breakfast TV, a magazine program, one of those, all those promo shows that are all over the secondary channels and all the pay TV channels, where people are cruising around the country in their 4-wheel drive, doing their camping adventure, and then they turn up at the wildlife park. These are all private zoos. They're not really zoos. That these are marketing pieces to get people to visit and pay money to get, even if you don't pay money to get a photo with a koala, you're buying shit from the gift shop and you're buying ice creams and hamburgers and all that. Or you'll go somewhere and you'll find that they're also attached to the local motel. These are all long form ads, right? So I would. Wow, the buffering just never ends. I'm going to close off. Leave that one up. So we'll just see if we can get a little bit further. I'm just about done. I wanted to tell you, well, I want you to be cynics about all the comm stuff that you see that is not delivered by the person who was on the recovery team or on the survey team or anything like that. The minute that it's been filtered, you know that the message is a little bit different. Now, I'm going to be guilty of it sometimes too, because I can't read all the research. A lot of the time, I can only get an abstract because, you know, they want me to pay $70 to download the full study or something like that. And sometimes the team or the organisation that I want to follow up and research, they won't give me the whole stuff. So when that happens, I will say it. And then I will ask them a whole lot of questions. And then then they have to explain something to me that I haven't been able to read. So that's why some of the interviews are long. Some of the interviews are long because I just talk too much. So, yes, what I want to tell you tomorrow, midday, again tomorrow. First up, David Tan. David Tan, who is now studying in the US, but he's doing I think it's a PhD. I'm not sure if he's finished his master's. Anyway, bird strike, but not bird strike in North America like we've talked about a few other times. This is bird strike in the East Asian Australasian flyway. Pitters are what we're talking about. We also talk about the Wallace line, the difference where passerines, songbirds evolved, which is in the old Gondwana. But the staggering numbers of pitters and other birds that are dying by striking reflective surfaces, buildings, but David's research focused on Singapore. So all these birds move through from Northern Australia, New Guinea, through Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and billions of birds are lost every year to colliding with windows. And if you haven't seen or heard, I've spoken a couple of times with Heidi Trudell about the situation in the US. I've got a book that I've got to. I have to finish reading it, but it's called Solid Air, and that's a real academic work on the loss of birds around the world. So this will be something I'll keep following up. But that's the first interview tomorrow that we're replaying, and then the second one, another sort of sad story, light pollution. And I'm speaking with Ariel Heswell, that I nearly started that interview today. Ariel Heswell from New Zealand, and she's been studying the effects of light pollution on seabirds, particularly. And that will lead us into Thursday. Thursday, I'm going to run that fantastic interview I did with the Adrift Lab from University of Tasmania, Jen Lavers and her team, who were working on the flesh-footed shearwater on Lord Howe Island and plastic pollution. And if you haven't seen it, I urge you to join us. There is a horrific little video to show the plastic pollution and seabirds is just going to be massive. It already is massive. It's going to be more and more massive. The pressures that we're putting on birds is just astounding. You put plastic pollution, the fisheries pressure, light pollution, habitat reduction, avian influenza, climate change. No wonder I'm a grumpy old bastard sometimes. Fair dinkum. Okay, well, everyone, thanks. The the best place, if you're, I always put out what's coming up on Twitter. Twitter @BirdEmergency, but more and more I'm moving over to Mastodon. So my Mastodon handle is there @BirdEmergency @Mastodon Social. The other day I talked about stats. I want to show you something, and I want to show you something. If I'm going to have to get it up. I can't believe how moving from most of my stuff from Twitter to Mastodon has made a difference. I'm just going. Today's for most of the world, according to my my podcast stats, it's still the 3rd of January. So let me have a look here, and this is the numbers I think I wanted to look at. No, we're gonna talk about yesterday. My stats yesterday. I won't pull this up. I'll just tell you the numbers. Yesterday, so that's most of for most of the world. We're talking about yesterday. Yes. The Bird Emergency podcast, nothing to do with YouTube and everything, had 775 unique downloads, 11 episodes in how many countries? In 23 countries. Okay, so 775. Now, if I go back 12 months, just the only difference I'm going to do, I'll go back 12 months to the 2nd of January. It was also a weekend, so there we go. I run that. Guess how many downloads I had exactly 12 months ago? Anyone throw a number in the comments, and let's see who gets closest. Come on, someone other than Naomi, throw a number at me. Naomi, throw a number at me as well. So I had 770 odd yesterday for this year. 12 months ago, how many downloads of the podcast do you think there were? 200. Okay, 770 yesterday. 200. Does anyone else? Who have we got on board? Is Twitch still with us? Yes. Come on, Twitch. Come on, YouTube. Just throw a number at me. Naomi's having a second guess. 20. 20. Okay. All right. Naomi, the number was 4. That's how far this show has come in 12 months. But bearing in mind, I did the first interview in 2017, and I released the first episode in February 2020. Actually, let's have a look at February 2020. That'll be fun, won't it? February 2020. I can do the 2nd of February 2020. 2020. Let's do that. Let's have a look at the 2nd of February. I can't look at January because I didn't upload until the 1st or 2nd of February. Okay, let's push the button. 0. I had 0 downloads. So that's staggering. Now, and these are stats that are not bots, because a couple of times I'd had 800 episodes, and then I go and have a look, and they're all from one country, and they're all from one city in one country. So that's a bot farm. I'm back. I hope you can see or hear me. I'm back. So anyway, that's enough of that. But most of the growth seems to have happened since I start promoting a back catalogue episode, a different one every morning on Mastodon. And what I'm starting to do, so that I can be sure, I'm posting one episode on Mastodon Okay, I think that'll just happen. Naomi, did you hear the number, the actual number? Did you hear it, and did I tell you, or had I already gone? Because I am back, and apparently my bandwidth is fine according to my meter. So let me know. Did you hear the number? You guessed 200. Yes, 4. And did you hear the number from the year that I launched, February the 2nd, 2020? Did you hear that number? Yep. And did you hear that I'm testing now Mastodon versus Twitter? Nearly all this growth is Mastodon. I have nearly 3,000 followers on Twitter. I have about actually, let me tell you exactly. On Mastodon, I have 133 followers. But the people the people who follow the bird content and the hashtags work extremely well, obviously, on Mastodon. It's just staggering. So hopefully we'll see a bit of a change with people who are getting into the podcast might start moving into live streaming. I'm pretty sure they're going to be very different kind of audiences, but now I'm started to do TikTok, so maybe we'll get more people who want to engage in live streaming. But I still will always produce, just so you guys know that I'm going to try and do the interviews differently. I had never, when I contacted people, I used to tell them that I would do the interview, and I would live stream. I would live stream the interview, but it wasn't really an interactive sort of interview. But what I'm going to do, so that you guys get value rather than just the, replaying a podcast, what I'm going to do is tell the guests that there'll be a pre-show segment where we chit-chat, and then I will do the interview that I will clip out to be podcast. And in that section, I won't be responding to comments like I usually always do, but I will be keeping them and starring them so that after the podcast interview section, we will then, and the guest will be aware that there's a pre-show, there's a post-show, and that the post-show will be where we'll discuss the comments, and we'll try and do a question and answer thing. So, Naomi, because you're always interacting, that's how I want to try and do it, so that the podcast stuff is going to be, when I clip it out and I put it up, it's very different to the whole feel of the live show. And the other thing too is I'm not going to speak to guests. I'm simply going to say to them, I'm going to contact far more than I need to speak to. And if they don't provide me with visuals that I can use so that I can bring them up in the thing, so that it's more interesting than just talking heads, then I won't do a live stream with them. Then I'll just do an audio only show. And Naomi, it's I'll just put this one up so when people watch it back, they'll know what we're talking about. Yeah. It's not so much the cutting the bits out, but I just want to recognise that I want to give you and everyone else who watches the replays of the live streams and watches and lurks, because there's always lurkers, good on them, that they get value, extra value than just the podcast. The podcast is a totally different thing, but I only get the opportunity to speak to the person once. So that's how we'll do it. We'll do pre-show, which might be 5 to 10 minutes. We'll do the interview, which will generally be, and between an hour and a half, depending on how much there is to say and how much I'll waffle. And I've got to get better. I want to actually get better at tying it down. And I will actually be organising the show more into segments so that I can clip them into shorter videos as well for YouTube. And then we'll have the fun bit. And I might actually make it members only. We might have a members only stream. I just have to work out how, with the current way I'm set up, without needing... If I had a second computer and I ran through Discord and a whole lot of other things, I could easily swap one stream kicking into another. But I think the way it's going to work is we're going to have to stop and start another one. We'll just wait and we'll just see how it works. Or maybe the upload, the replay stuff will only be for members or something. I don't know. I'll work on that. But just so you know, it's going to be different in 2023 and try and build on... I mean, that's just phenomenal. The last two... Well, when did Elon take over Twitter? Since I started posting on Mastodon. Now, here we go. Yeah. Now, Naomi, you can still comment and we'll still see them in the chat. But I will probably, because someone listening on audio, how I'll probably do it, if it's a good question and a good point, instead of saying Naomi said on Facebook, right? What I will probably do, even though I might pull it up on the screen like this, I might say, so can we still comment during the interview and chat about it? And then the guest can answer your question without me excluding the podcast listeners from it, but that the live stream people will still know that it's your question. Do you get what I'm saying? And would that not annoy you too much? And then we would have at the end of the interview, we would have like what everyone calls the post show or whatever, where we would do the back and forward and be encouraging the chit chat because that stuff would not go into a podcast. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, good. Okay, well I'll put that up. Yeah, I think that's what's got to happen. The other thing too, Naomi, I'm going to be really honest about this. Until pretty late last year, I was spending a lot of time every week writing applications for grants and job applications because I wanted to get some more money to reinvest in the show. And after spending months doing that and investing, it would have to be thousands of hours. And not even getting acknowledgements or not even getting an interview. And I've got lots of experience and yeah. So it's obvious to me that I'm never going to get a job in the field that I want to work in. So I'll just stay broke, right? I'm happier being broke and putting the time into doing what I want to do rather than spending all my time doing stuff which is never going to work. Now, this show's growing. Now, I don't expect I'm ever going to be super successful, but gee, I might get some sponsorship to do some traveling and talk to people on site. So you guys can know where I'm heading. And instead of that time chasing fruitless goals, I'm a realist. I'll actually prepare each show better and each interview better, because generally what I do, I send an email saying, I'd like to talk to you. They send me an email saying, that'd be great. I send them my calendar link, and I say, can you send me some visuals? And they'll go, right. And usually I'll get 1 or 2 photos, right, which isn't enough. Guys like Mick Callan really get it. They give me videos, they give me, right? So that's why it's so great talking to Mick. Just talking to someone like Darryl's really good at this. He doesn't need lots of visuals because he's really good performing in this space. But the interviews are going to be better. They're going to be better segmented. They're going to be better researched. They'll be more valuable, I think. They'll be a much better valuable tool, and then they'll be easier for me for post-production to turn them into things that I can spread into other medium. I'm not even really doing Instagram or Facebook properly because I didn't have the time. Now I'm going to make the time, and I'm going to do a regular stream every day at the right time. So at the same time, and then I'll do Facebook stuff at different times only for Facebook, and I'll do Twitch, and we'll do the habitat gardening stuff. So, yeah. Look, Naomi, I'm not really disheartened. I just know that where I want to work, the stuff I want to work in, most of the jobs are re-advertised because contracts come to an end, right? Someone's had a job as a social media coordinator for an action group or a conservation group, or, and they're on limited contracts. Okay, I don't know how much you heard about that, Naomi. I was talking about how I don't get disheartened when I don't get a job. I just know what it's about. Usually, these jobs in this space are all about limited contracts. Okay, so you caught most of it. So usually the person who gets the job is either the person leaving the job or someone that they've already know. And podcast. I am actually taking on some new podcast clients and live stream clients, and I'll probably launch another live stream in another area that I have had success in, and I might do a private, like a personal kind of live stream about me, because there's a few things that I would like to talk about that don't fit this. So I'll probably spend my time doing that, and I'm going to talk to far more people about just about everything, and we're going to go back and do recaps, catch-ups with people, past guests, like Amanda Lillyman's back at BirdLife now, but not working on what I spoke to her about in episode 3 or 4. No, number 2. Amanda was number 2. So, and I want to do Seabird Saturday and take that Sunday sessions idea, relaxed conversations that are less species or target specific, and just have a catch up. So yeah, I want to have more fun, but also make it valuable and give you in the in the audience the opportunity to join in, and I'll probably make those studio links public, maybe in the members forum. Well, actually, it will be in the members forum, so that members could come into studio and actually not have the questions filtered through me. Just ask them directly and join the conversations. So that's what's going to come up. I think we'll give this away now because I'm so sick of it buffering. So I've told you about tomorrow. I've told you about what did I tell you was coming on Thursday? Adrift Lab. Yes, the Adrift Lab. Actually, let me write that down because I'll probably have another idea in the next 20 minutes. So that's Thursday. And then Friday, Photography Friday. So that's that's coming back to. And then I don't know if they'll get going in January, but from February on, Thursdays are going to be more about tourism, bird, wildlife tourism, ecotourism. Naomi, I'm guessing that question is Nicholas, as in Nicholas Rakatapare. Now, I haven't spoken with Nick since before Christmas. I don't know what his availability is like. I'm sending out emails this week. I don't expect people to be maybe responding. Some people I don't expect to hear back from till the end of January because a lot of people just go for January, as you probably know. But this Friday, replaying the Nicholas introductory episode of Photography Friday. Then the following week, I'm going to replay Sandy Horn's episode. And then hopefully by then, I do have another one, which actually I started replaying yesterday, but I'd forgotten how good it was about how birds make people feel through photography. So I'm going to play that again if I don't have a new guest lined up for, what would that be? That would be the 13th, 20th. Hang on, we're up to the 6th, aren't we? So that'll be the 6th, 13th. So if I don't have someone new lined up for the 20th, I'll play that interview again on the 20th, and then hopefully we're back to panel discussions on the 27th, the 3rd, the 10th, the 17th of February, and depending on availability, Nicholas will be back. I want Sandy to keep coming back because Sandy's always got good stories to tell, and I've reached out to a whole pile of people, and I want to build up a group of people working with each camera system so that the show doesn't become we're all Canon people or we're all Lumix people or we're all Sony people or we're all Nikon people or whatever. So I want to get people and the show, each time there's a new guest, we'll get them to run through their gear, and then we'll follow the same kind of format that we've talked about. What's your favourite bit of gear? What's the worst bit of gear you bought? But then it's going to be about locations. It's going to be about birds. It's going to be about techniques. And I really want to talk. There's millions of photography channels talking about gear and technical stuff. I'm not good enough to talk about that yet. I want to talk about how photos and videos make people feel and how they can drive change and how they can promote understanding. That nexus between science and photography, tourism and photography, conservation. That's how my photography show is going to be different from all the people I watch. And I don't know, you might watch too. You know, I love camera conspiracies. I love Robin Wong, talking gear and technique and stuff. But I'm not going to crap on for an hour about that, because I'll let whoever comes on get the gearhead stuff out of the way, but that's not where I'm at. And look, if we get some sponsorship or whatever, I'd be really happy about that. But it would be, it's far more likely to be from something like camera stores or from photography tours or something like that, rather than manufacturers or anything like that, because we're just not going to be a cheer squad for brands, because that's it's going to do it again. Oh, I'm back. Oh, luckily. I thought it was going to kick me out again. Yeah, I don't know if you heard that. It's not going to be a cheer squad for any brand or anything like that. And all cameras have got great things about them and limitations about them. That's why we select different things. So I'll be inviting people on using all the different systems, and we'll talk about all the different systems. But I really want to talk about how people use cameras, what they communicate, what they like, what they've achieved, where photography has taken them, all that kind of stuff, rather than this has got this many megapixels, full frame so much better, micro four third is really crap in low light. I'm just not interested, you know. I want to see the pictures. I want to see what people have done in different locations. And I want to talk about what the picture tells me or tells the audience. Like the one behind me. You know what that tells me? That bird, that's a confident bird. And that's a typical pose. And then I want to understand, what did you do after that, you know? Anyway, that's about it. I hope you caught most of it. Naomi, here's the audience feedback kind of time. What would you like out of a photography show that is hosted by me? Bearing in mind that the last thing I would call myself is a photographer. I'm a guy with a camera, but I'm really interested in what people would want. Because I don't want to... what I could do, I mean, this week, I could do, what are the rumours about the Lumix, what is it? S5 Mark II rumours. That's what's popping up in my feed. Everyone's doing that kind of crap. What's the point? I don't know, they're going to get 120,000 downloads or something, but what's the point? All they do is go to a popular camera channel, watch the video and remake the video and just take images from stock images or whatever and go, what do you think? It's not valuable. Yeah. And also, and the other thing too, Naomi, I really want to talk to people doing plant photography, macro photography, insect photography, some of the things that help you branch out and learn different skills. Yeah. So anyway, so that's it. That's it. I've got a lot to do. I've got a lot of emails to send out and a lot of pro forma things to get going. I mean, let's see what this said. Yeah, so I think. Thanks, Sam. And for people, actually, this is never going to go out as a podcast. I'm not releasing long live streams as podcasts, so don't worry about that. Yeah, so yeah, I'm more about feelings. And then if it's a really difficult shot, like remember that shot that Nicholas spoke to me about of the tropic bird, the white-tailed tropic bird? And he had to talk about how that was really difficult to take because it was in a really low light situation, and he was quite surprised at the result. But so that's where the technical stuff we'll talk about. But I'm not going to talk, well, only in passing I might talk about whether a really big Canon lens is hard to compensate for the shake if you're holding it up, if you're not using a tripod. I might talk about the difference between a Lumix or Micro Four Third with a long lens compared to a Canon, because I can get an 800mm reach on something that's this big and that doesn't need a tripod. But then, and that in-body image stabilization is an advantage. But we're not going to wank on about it for an hour. But we might wank on about the photos for an hour, or we'll probably get sidetracked about, I don't know, warthogs or shoe bills or whatever. So that's the idea. And Nicholas and I did do a fair bit of back and forth about the format of the show, what he would like to be involved in. But obviously Nick's doing tours and whatnot as well. All these people have got 2 years, 3 years to catch up on of not being able to have been away. And a lot of these wildlife photographers, a lot of the wildlife photographers actually make their money or subsidise their trips to do their photography through running tours. So a lot of people are just going to be away and not available. So I need to be confident enough to take a lot of stuff on myself too. And so sometimes I'll probably, and because what I'm more interested in is video, I'm interested in still photography, don't get me wrong. But I'm interested in communicating through video in the YouTube space, and then being able to produce things that I can take out. Like, I want to go to schools and community events, and I want to go overseas and take the conservation message into places where they might be a fair way behind us in Australia. And look, we heard today with Darryl Jones talking about how Australia is so far behind the attitudes in Europe. You guys know I'm about making a difference, not making much else. So I'm way past that aspirational bullshit. So, what did you mean? You said, you got to hear about the tech in how the tech relates to the outcome of the photo. What about the pics? Yeah, that's, It's not only the pics. I'm interested in the emotions and the communication of the pic. Technical brilliance and everything, and pixel peeping and all that. I didn't even know what pixel peeping was until I started watching some of these camera channels that, they'd put up these two things and they'd be talking about the bokeh. And I'm thinking, oh, hang on, it's a boring photo. It's a shit photo. But anyway, all right, that's where I'm wrapping up. There we go. Jeez, we're getting on to 5 hours today. Holy moly! I got to see who's. Geez, Twitch, you're still with us. I'm really happy. Thanks, Naomi. Exactly. But I'm going to invite a lot of these people on the show. I'm so glad. I'm just about to crack 30,000 downloads for the podcast. So even though when I approach them and they're going to see that I haven't even got 300 followers on YouTube, because that's how a lot of these interviews, you approach people and they've got 5,000, 10,000, 50,000 subscribers on YouTube, and they look at me and they go, why would I bother? I go, well, I'm going out to 30,000 people, at the moment I'm nearly doing 1,000 downloads a day. So if I'm marketing the podcast as well as the stream, then obviously there's a chance that people will want to be involved. So yeah, fingers crossed. fingers crossed. We'll see how it all goes. Yeah. Thanks, Naomi. Look, I always appreciate that you're getting involved. I'm hoping that we get some more people getting involved in the chat and everything, because this is what keeps it going. I mean, I've talked so much, I'm getting a sore mouth. So yeah. Okay, bird emergency done for today. Tomorrow, bird strike and light pollution, beginning at midday. Again, Australian Eastern Daylight Time. See ya. Oh. Hang on. I'm not going until I see what's this. Naomi, that question, is that about subscribers for YouTube? Because, at 500, I can open up some features, and then at 1,000, and I need 4,000 hours of watch time in 12 months. Now, I don't know how long that's going to take to get there, but maybe I've got to start promoting. I'll have to start promoting the shows. I'll need to clip out the timers and all that stuff. So I'll do a lot and try and get that happening. But the first hurdle is to get 500 subscribers, which means that apart from the community poll, I think then there's things like super thanks and all that. So there's just another option. And I think then I can have the merch shelf, which means I can sell a hat and a t-shirt and stuff like that. And I think I can put the downloads for the plant lists and those kind of things, which I'll have. It means I've got another option there, because people who live on YouTube don't want to go to my webpage. I get that. If you're always on YouTube, I get that. I mean, how often do I click out from the photography guys I watch? How often do I click out from their videos on YouTube onto their website? And the answer is nearly never. So you have to build each platform independently and not expect one to carry over to another. So I think we've got the podcast thing happening now. I'm really happy with that. But the podcast listeners, and they're academics and whatnot, they're not coming to YouTube. So the YouTube is a different people, need to get to them, and that's what, the TikTokers are a different bunch. Some of them will come to YouTube, some of them will be on Twitch. Now, the key with Twitch, I have to keep streaming. I have to be there every day and keep streaming, which is why I simulcast the streams. And as people on Twitch get involved and get to know what we're all about, because we're not gaming, we're not reacting to the latest political stuff, and until we're back, live with more people from, people from the US and the UK and Africa and whatnot. It's very Aussie focused. So, there's a reason why people in the US or UK, they come in and there's a couple of Aussies talking Aussie. They might not hang around. We're not gaming. We're not talking about, I don't even know what the Call of Duty or Roblox, whatever these things are. So yeah. Anyway, so yeah, and always interested in suggestions and stuff that you might want to see, because maybe you guys have got better ideas than me. I don't know, but I do have two. When you see me looking up, it's because I've got my 2 months of a calendar up there with what's coming up, with different coloured things to tell me what's what. And then I have 2 other whiteboards with people I've contacted for interviews, and then all the people I need to contact. And I just find I work better where I can see that. I can go to my calendar and I can check up on the calendar. I don't like working just on the computer screens. I like things to prod an idea, and then I go and So anyway, I'm probably nowhere near as efficient as I need to be, but as I'm doing research too, as I'm reading a paper for one guest, I'll see all these other authors. So I have a little pad here and I write them down here, and then I go and, when I finish streaming, I'll go and transfer them to the whiteboard, and then I'll go and find more papers, and then I'll usually have to track down what's the best way to find them, whether it's social media, whether, Facebook, or sometimes I have to go back to LinkedIn, which I can't stand, because all I ever get is messages there from people saying, I would love to promote your podcast. It's astounding how many messages I get like that. So I don't even open it up because it's such a time suck to clear the messages out even. Yeah. Anyway, there we go. Waffled on. Do let me know if there's any suggestions. Naomi, I'd be interested. You can send me, and thanks for that petition. I'll follow that up tomorrow morning. Oh, do let me know if there's any photographers or maybe tour locations or anything that you would be interested in, and I'll use that as a base to start chasing people up. I think Nico and I did come up with 40 or 50 people that we were wanting to reach out to. So I'll start doing that, basically from now. A lot of these people are going to be busy and I won't hear back from people for ages, and we'll probably a lot of the Australian people will actually have heard of the podcast and they'll be easier to speak to, but we'll wait and see. And I'll say again, there's my Mastodon handle. There we are. Do add me if you are on Mastodon and migrating over from the Bluebird site, because Mastodon at the moment is fantastic. If you don't go looking for the rubbish doesn't find you, whereas at the moment my Twitter isn't showing me anyone that I love seeing. I have to find everyone, put a notification on for them to get to me, and then I have to go to another step to find their tweet. The platform, from how I used to use it, it's just been destroyed. I don't know if others are finding the same thing. And that's not a political thing about Elon Musk or anything like that. It's just that now I've found another platform which is, in terms of what I want to get out of it, which is finding people, speaking to people, and sharing what I am doing. It's 30 times more effective, 40 times more effective. Why? And what have I got? I got 130 followers on Mastodon, and I've got nearly 3,000, just short of 3,000 on Twitter. Go figure, Yeah, go figure. So, all right, Naomi, great chatting to you. We'll have to get you in, actually, in the studio. Actually, do you want to do that? Do you want to do we'll have a watch party. Which one do you want to watch with me? Yeah. I think he's done even more than that. I think in Elon's quest to stop surfacing, I think he's targeting messages and he wants to push up other messages. In doing that, he's just destroyed the utility of the platform is gone. I now get more interaction on Instagram, a platform that I basically don't use, except I do a reel every morning. And the reel is me doing my first seen and heard, which is what is cross-posted to Facebook. So if you ever see them, that's where it comes from. Okay. Well, Naomi, do you want do you want to do a watch party with Photography Friday this week with Nicholas, or the Nicholas episode, or do you want to do a watch party with the Sandy episode the following Friday? It's up to you. You just let me know. Yeah, Bird Strike's not lighthearted. I totally agree with you on that one. Even though David and I did, our episode was more lighthearted than anything I ever spoke with Heidi Trudell about. But it's a grim subject. And with Ariel, that had some good stories, but yeah, light pollution is just a bigger and bigger issue coming ahead. But we need to talk about it. So yeah, Friday. Yeah, tell me, Nicholas or Sandy? Okay, Sandy's. All right. Well, now that we've got there, I don't need to do Nicholas on this Friday. Which Friday suits you better? Are we talking the 6th or the 13th? You let me know, and I'll make the note. Oh, that's right. You remember? I remember that. So you tell me the 13th. Okay. I'll start promoting that. I'll make all the visuals I need to and bring it up. And so here we doing the housekeeping as part of the stream. Naomi, in preparation for that, so that while we're talking about all Sandy's stuff, make sure you send me photos of yours that you want to talk about, or locations or anything like that, so that we can pull them up and talk about them as well. And so we'll make the Sandy show as much about you as about Sandy. And hopefully by then I've been out taking some photos as well. I'm still a little bit behind. I haven't been able to afford the SD cards that I actually need to start using it. Yeah, yes, please, Naomi. Yes, please. Definitely. And then I'll download them and get them in the right size format. I may have to crop them to make them fit the format, but yeah. And if there's any credit, any info on them that you want on the screen, let me know, and I'll, like up here. Where are we? Where do I don't know. I'll have to get this together one day. Yeah, like if there's credits that you want or anything like that, let me know for each one, and I'll do that. Okay, wow. So we've ticked over 5 hours. Apparently 5 hours on Twitch is a good time. So the Twitch gurus tell me. And I only have to stream for 5 hours a day for 2 years on Twitch for anyone to take notice of me. Am I right, Twitch? I don't know. Yeah. All right, Naomi. So I've got you down. I'm going to put you on the whiteboard shortly. We're going to get that organised. Can you believe I haven't had lunch? Oh, excuse me. I've got to cook my dinner, and then I've got to get ready. I've got to start preparing for tomorrow. And Shadow needs his walk before 5 a.m. or else he's scratching at my door to get going. So, yeah, it's a hard life, isn't it? It's a hard life. All right, thanks, Naomi. Live, Twitch, YouTube, live. Thanks so much. Even though you're lurking, let us know who you are and where you are sometime. If it was you, Stan, that's coming up. Oh, Naomi, the other thing too, the Honeyeaters. I have been digging in more into that. Do you want to talk about that when you're live? Do you want me to make that part of the show for the 13th? I might be able to get some more expert opinion rather than just reading papers by then. There's a lot of material out there on bell miners. Cool. Okay. Well, that will be cool. Yeah, there's a lot of information out there on bell miners, less about Lewins, yellow-faced and white-plumed, but I've been watching my white-plumed honeyeaters very closely over in the park. There's 2 groups. I don't know if it's one big group that splits up into 2 and goes feeding, but that they all roost together. But they do meet sometimes and make a very raucous noise. But I've been watching the difference between the New Holland honeyeater and the white plumed, and which parts of the trees they're using and where they are going when they're not in the big eucalypts. So, yeah, I'm doing my own little... it's only going to be anecdotal, obviously, but we might be able to find some observations that mirror similar species in the literature. And I'm trying to get an idea of, if I can't find something about your bird or your species, I'm looking at the same genus and seeing what I can find that is more than just, bird book habits or whatever, and seeing if there's common threads along the genus. It's taking a bit of time, but it's interesting. But I can't find many visuals to use to talk about, which is unfortunate. Not from the studies. I can from Flickr and things like that. Anyway. Okay. All right. Now I'm really going this time because I'm hungry. See you, Naomi. See you, everyone. Look, I got to do this, don't I? Just in case someone's watching later. Make sure you do subscribe if you're a YouTuber, if you are into YouTube, and if you like what's going on with the show, there's a link. Or if you can remember the birdemergency.com/coffee, I probably should change that visual, shouldn't I? Because that's easier. The birdemergency.com/coffee take you to exactly the same thing. Thanks, Naomi. I love it. I love it when you're keeping me going. It's excellent. Looking forward to the 13th now. Friday the 13th too. Woo! Cheers. See you, everyone.